Reinventing. Socialists. Edited by Duncan Kerr. Forward 7K. Duncan Kerr. 1. Redefining Socialism. Colquhoun 211. Barry Jones. 2. Is socialism relevant in an affluent society? 27. Graham Campbell. 3. Social Justice Vision and Strategies. 35. Brian Howe. 4. The Case for Regulation in the 1990s. 53. Nick Bocuse. 5. Market Intervention and Public Enterprise. 65. Peter Baldwin. 6. Expunging the Reagan Terror from the Australian Taxation System. P/5. Duncan Kerr. 7. Catholic Social Teaching on Australian Democracy. 87. Michael Tate. 8. Socialism and the Environment. 99. John Devereux. 9. Tolerance, Power, and the Party. 109. Bob McMullen. Index equals 119. Forward. Duncan Kerr. Why a book of essays by Labour members of the Australian Parliament? First, novelty. It is rare for elected parliamentarians in Australia to contribute to journals or to seek to lead intellectual debate. Our political traditions, regardless of party, have been those of pragmatism and suspicion of ideas, although, as this collection illustrates, ideas, whether acknowledged or not, motivate action. Second, Labour itself may be at a watershed. The 1980s saw the worldwide ascendancy of neoconservatism. Springing from populist anti-big government roots and explicitly in favour of nurturing wealth, neoconservatism found its intellectual voice in spokesmen such as Gilder, who asserted to help the poor and middle classes, one must cut the taxes of the rich, and Waniski, who popularized the Laffer curve with the notion that tax cuts were essential for economic progress. By the mid-1980s, neo-laissez-faire governments dominated the Western world, Reagan in the United States, Thatcher in the United Kingdom and Nakasone in Japan, each implementing the politics of deregulation, privatization, and small government. Predictably, these ideas proved to be merely convenient fantasies. In practice, the rich got richer and inequality grew until the bubble burst. The wealth shift represented by the 1980s has only recently begun to be comprehensively documented, most vividly by Kevin Phillips, whose conservative apostasy, The Politics of Rich and Poor, reached second place in the New York Times national bestseller list in August 1990. By the middle of Reagan's second term, official data had begun to show that America's broadly defined rich, the top half of 1% of the U.S. population, had never been richer. Even adjusting for inflation, the number of millionaires had doubled between the late 70s and the late 80s. Meanwhile, the number of billionaires, according to Forbes magazine, went from a handful in 1981 to 26 in 1986 and 49 in 1987. No parallel upsurge of riches had ever been seen. Since the late 19th century, the era of the Vanderbilts, Morgans, and Rockefellers. This at a time when the Census Bureau reported that in the 1984 to 88 period, the median net worth of U.S. households' assets minus debts had decreased by 4%. Underscore, as Phillips concluded, when one remembers that the Forbes 400 had greatly increased their net worth during this period, pulling up the national total, and with the top 1% not far behind, it only underscored what was happening to the average family. A liberal would probably say, trickle down wasn't trickling. Australia suffered similarly. As we emerge from the 1980s, neoconservatism looks increasingly discredited. Phrases which once generated political power, supply-side economics, level playing fields, deregulation, privatization, and small government have become tarnished as the 1980s have increasingly been revealed as a decade of wasted economic opportunity. The idealization of money dealers and the creation of folk heroes such as Alan Bond showed a society which fitted John Maynard Keynes' analysis that speculators may do no harm as bubbles or a steady stream of enterprise. But the position is serious when enterprise becomes a bubble on a whirlpool of speculation. The boom of the 1980s has been followed by the recession of the 1990s, and once secure administrations, which had adopted, or had been influenced by, neoconservative ideas now appear to be uncertain electoral ground. Copyright. Perversely, in Australia, the incumbent government, which is now questioning the virtues of neoconservatism, faces its electoral challenge not from the left but from the right. The opposition Liberal/National Party coalition has published its policy manifesto, Fight Back, subtitled The Way to Rebuild and Renew Australia, an economically rationalist blueprint for what it would do were it elected to government. Like the remaining few adherents of hardline communism who claim state socialism was never correctly applied, Dr. Hewson dismisses the failures of Reagan, Thatcher, and Douglas as failures of application rather than failures of the theory underlying their thinking. What is needed, he contends, is the policy courage to press ahead with an unbending neo-laissez-faire right-wing agenda. Labour for its part confronts the task of redefining itself. During the 1980s, the Australian Labor Party's leadership was also influenced by the dominant stream of intellectual thought of its times and adopted significant elements of the neoconservatism agenda: lower taxes, smaller government, privatization, deregulation, and a retreat from interventionist industry policy to the level playing field. And in that decade, Labour's left finally accepted that Soviet-style socialism was a dead end, but now many ask, what does Labour believe? Labour's leadership is sloughing off its flirtation with neo-laissez-faire ideology, whilst realising that a simplistic retreat to past certainties is no longer an option. The contributors to this collection all want to play a small part in the process of reassessment and renewal that is essential if the idea of Labour is again to have any content. In short, we hope to share in the excitement of reinventing socialism and clarifying what it is that we believe in. The essays were solicited in 1990–91 with the intention of publishing them during Labour's centenary. Notwithstanding some minor delay, they remain fresh and relevant. There is no correct line in this selection of writings, yet they are all lively explorations of the grand ideas of our times. Some give the big picture and others fine detail. We hope with these contributions to stimulate constructive thinking and debate within the Labour movement at a time when its political wing, the Labour Party, faces a watershed election which could either transform it, strengthen it, or smash it. Redefining Socialism. Barry Jones. In the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels proposed a 10-point program pretty generally applicable in the most advanced countries, and this document became the basis of the spectre haunting Europe. 1. Abolition of property in land and application of all rents of land for public purposes. 2. A heavy progressive or graduated income tax. 3. Abolition of all right of inheritance. 4. Confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels. 5. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state, by means of a national bank with state capital AND.AN exclusive monopoly. 6. Centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. 7. Extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of wastelands, and the improvement of the soil generally in accordance with a common plan. 8. Equal obligation of all to work. Establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. 9. Combination of agriculture with manufacturing, gradual abolition of all the distinctions between town and country by a more equitable distribution of the population over the country. 10. Free education for all children in public schools. Abolition of 11. Yatu. Children's factory labor in its present form. Combination of education with industrial production, etc. The manifesto was exclusively economic. There was no reference to political or legal reform, extending the franchise, recognizing that women had rights as citizens, creating democratic power structures, cleaning up the environment, providing access to arts, sport, or recreation, or addressing any of the issues about freedom and humanitarianism which had been the common currency of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen in France and the Bill of Rights in the United States. Marx worked from a dialectical model derived from Hegel, in which history consisted of the working out of conflicts between opposing forces in which, for example, feudal society had been challenged by the rise of cities and capitalist production, a struggle which produced bourgeois society. Then a new dialectical triad would begin, bourgeois society would be overthrown by the industrial proletariat, leading to the emergence of a communist classless society. Marx saw his system as scientific, materialist and determinist, and believed that he was explaining how history worked, in the same way that Darwin had explained how biology worked. Although Marx was read in his lifetime by intellectuals in Britain, the US and even Australia, his work, impressive and powerful though it undoubtedly is, had surprisingly little direct impact on the English-speaking world. An alternative radical tradition developed in Britain, with a variety of disparate influences: the Chartists, the growth of the trade unions, the cooperative movement, the writings of some interesting socialist pamphleteers including Thomas Hodgkin, the utilitarianism of Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, protests against the ugliness of 19th-century industrialism expressed by William Morris and John Ruskin, and the ideas of the American Henry George. There were influential radicals in the Liberal Party too. The Fabian Society was created in 1884. If the Fabians were revolutionaries, they believed revolution could be achieved through reading. No group was less inclined towards mounting the barricades. May offered a methodology rather than an ideology. Sidney Webb defined socialism as the conscious and deliberate substitution, in industrial as well as political matters, of the redefining socialism 13. Collective self-government of the community as a whole, OOEME on a democratic basis, for the individual control over other men's lives, which the unrestrained private ownership of land and industrial capital inevitably produces. It is easy to see why his definition has not EAE on, but the intention is clear enough. Socialism of the Fabian variety anyway, is not a matter of absolutes, but of setting priorities, and the priorities should reflect a broad interest rather than the capacity of an individual to maximize opportunities and profit. Webb and his wife Beatrice made encyclopedic studies of specific evils in society: slum housing, sweated labor, public health, conditions in coal mines, and campaigned for highly specified piecemeal reforms. Opponents sneered at them as gas and water socialists. They were elitist, offering intellectual valet service to the trade unions. The Fabian approach in some ways paralleled that of Marx, but the intellectual tradition was entirely distinct. There was no commitment to scientific socialism, dialectical materialism, or revolutionary seizure of state power. Fabian stressed the inevitability of gradualness. Fabian influence permeated into the Independent Labour Party after its creation in 1893. British Labour Prime Ministers were all members of the Fabian Society. All were committed to specific reforms, some of them very important, notably Italy's commitment to Indian self-government and the National Health Scheme, but none had a clear-cut vision of what socialism meant and how it was to be attained. Dennis Healey, a Fabian MP and long-suffering minister, under Harold Wilson, pointed out in his autobiography The Time of My Life that the two basic concepts of Italy's government, economic planning and the welfare state, long predated the British Labour Party. Economic planning was first introduced by Colbert, who served King Louis XIV as finance minister in 17th-century France. The welfare state was invented by Bismarck in 19th-century Prussia, and adapted to contemporary Britain by a liberal, Lord Beveridge. Demand management was based on the theories of another liberal, Lord Keynes, and had first been applied in the 30s by President Roosevelt in the United States. In Germany, Eduard Bernstein proposed revisionism of the doctrines of Marx and Engels. Instead of Lenin's authoritarian model imposed after the 1917 Russian Revolution, he argued for 14. Democratic socialism, a line adopted by the Social Democrats in Germany and Sweden, and by the French socialists. Marx and Engels argued that a socialist society would provide the social, political, and economic environment to eliminate exploitation. That, too, was central to Labour's socialist objective adopted at the 1921 Alp Interstate Conference. Like the Communist Manifesto, it was essentially economic and had as its objective the socialization of industry, production, distribution, and exchange. The socialization of industry was to be achieved by The constitutional utilization of industrial and parliamentary machinery. The organization of workers along the line of industry. Nationalization of banking and all principal industries. The municipalization of such services as can be operated in limited areas. Government of nationalist industries by boards, upon which the workers in the industries and the community shall have representation. The establishment of an elective Supreme Economic Council for all nationalist industries. The setting up of labor research and labor information bureaus and of labor educational institutions in which the workers shall be trained in the management of the nationalist industries. This rush of blood to the head was debated hotly for decades inside and outside the party and was the result of a process of radicalization born of the aftermath of the First World War, the impact of the Russian Revolution and demands for social change. The Great Depression would intensify these feelings and the debate. The Blackburn Declaration, an amendment proposed by Maurice Blackburn, MP and a mentor of John Curtin, else to explain and soften the objective. That the Australian Labor Party proposes collective ownership for the purpose of preventing exploitation and to whatever extent may be necessary for that purpose. That wherever private ownership is a means of exploration, it one's opposed by the party, but that the party does not seek to abolish private ownership even of any of the instruments of production where such instruments are. Redefining Socialism 15. Utilized by their owners in a socially useful manner and without exploitation. It did little to calm the nerves of conservatives. In 1919 there had been an attempt at the Interstate Conference to include political and social rights, but it was defeated. Lo secure the adequate representation in Parliament, and in other public bodies, of the organized workers and producers for the purpose of securing for each person the full results of his or her labor by the collective ownership and democratic control of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, and to ensure to each person full religious, political and social freedom. The belief persisted that if the economy was socialized, human and social rights, and enrichment of life would automatically follow. In the United States from 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal program, much of it improvised, provided radical innovations in the labor market, banking, industrial development, agricultural reform, social security, electrification, and attempts to relieve rural poverty. The New Deal paralleled socialism, with considerable success, but Roosevelt, and even the most ardent New Dealers would have repudiated the label. There was never a broad-based socialist/labor party in the United States. Barely a century after its publication, many of the Communist Manifest's proposals had come into force in much of Europe, Asia, and even Australia, in a modified form. Russia, China, and Eastern Europe were ruled by Marxist parties. In Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, Labour/Labor parties were in office. In India, Jawaharlal Nehru's Congress government was an umbrella group with some socialist elements. In democratic societies the right to own property was preserved, but property owning was hedged around by building regulations, planning authorities, rates, and municipal charges. There were graduated income taxes, death duties, central banks, free public schools, state-owned railways, airlines, trams and buses, post offices, and radio stations, lip service to the principle of decentralization, and the abolition of child labor. However, after the Cold War began in earnest in 1948, the tide began moving away from collectivism. Australian voters dismissed Ben Chifley's ALP government in 1949. 160. Because of petrol rationing, concern about industrial strikes, fear of inflation and mass hysteria about bank nationalization. Labour remained out of office for 23 years, largely the result of the anti-communist split of 1954–55. In New Zealand, Peter Fraser's Labour government was also defeated in 1949 and stayed in the wilderness. Until 1974, except for 3 years under Walter Nash, whose government attempted little and achieved nothing. By the end of Attlee's government, the first fine careless rapture about nationalization had passed. India, Pakistan, and Ceylon had been created as independent states, the national health scheme serviced millions of the poor, and social welfare was humane and uniform. But at home there was a certain bleakness of outlook, a defensive mentality, lack of vision and entrepreneurship, the maintenance of rationing and other wartime controls, and a huge bureaucracy. The nationalist railways and coal mines didn't seem to work any better. British Labour was out of office until 1964, PS only after a collapse of Tory leadership. In Britain, Anthony Crosland, academic, Fabian, MP and minister, published books on the future of socialism and the conservative enemy. In the second he made a valiant attempt to create a list of policies which a radical, progressive, revisionist Labour Party would stand for. 1. The traditional Labour goal of more generous provision for social welfare. 2. A more equal distribution of wealth, and especially a lightening of the dead hand of inheritance, by means of a capital gains tax and higher legacy duties. 3. A major educational reform, including the democratization of the public schools. 4. A much higher allocation of resources to the public sector for roads, housing, hospitals, education, and the arts. 5. Effective urban and transport planning and the preservation of our rapidly diminishing countryside, by means of more ruthless yet more imaginative regional planning. 6. Protection of the consumer against public and private monopoly, harmful advertising, and restrictive practices from whatever source. 7. An increase in the rate of economic growth, by means of higher capital investment and much expanded technological education. 8. Libertarian reform of existing laws on capital punishment, police powers, homosexuality, aliens, and immigration, and so on. Redefining socialism. 17. 9. An abatement of national sovereignty, in the long run in favor of world government, in the short run in favor of Europe even at the cost of loosening Commonwealth links. 10. The full acceptance of our obligations under NATO, combined with continuous pressure for multilateral disarmament. Fay. 11. Racial equality and an effective program of foreign aid. He went on. With such a program, there would be little danger of becoming too like the Tories. No Tory could accept either its implications for taxation policy, the level of government spending, and the extent of public control, or its challenge to traditional mystiques about the rights of inheritance, the importance of elites, orthodox morality, national sovereignty, and the British Commonwealth generally, indeed, to the whole ossified, middle-aged, stagnant, complacent, class-conscious conservatism of British society. But is the Labour Party ready for a policy at once so radical and so contemporary? The trouble is that some of its leaders are radical but not contemporary. They are discontented, but with a society which no longer exists, while others are contemporary but not radical. They realize that the society has changed, but quite enjoy the present one. Yet such a program should ultimately prove sympathetic to the party, for it is far more in tune with the British radical socialist tradition than a Marxist insistence on all-out nationalisation. Just as a broadly based, Catholic appeal is more in tune than a sectional class appeal. These proposals may have seemed too radical for British Labour in 1962, but they would be basically acceptable to John Major in 1992, even if many of his Tory followers would object. Crosland's contribution stepped away from a centralist economy but not from government intervention. His manifesto blended the obligations of government to achieve social and political rights with greater economic equality and introduced an international perspective. How much of the Crosland manifesto, moderate as it is, have we adopted, ignored, or rejected over the last 30 years? Whereas, as Crosland noted, after the Second World War right-wing governments accepted Keynesian planning, full employment, and a 18. measure of social security and redistribution. A quarter of a century later it is the left which has accepted REOE and privatization. The ALP first discovered the market when Bill Hayden was treasurer, but kept it secret for nearly a decade. Under Bob Hawke and Paul Keating from 1983, and under David Lang and Roger Douglas in New Zealand 1984-90, there was an ardent adoption of neoclassical market force economics, far more than under Malcolm Fraser or Robert Muldoon, both old-fashioned mercantilists. Deregulation, selling off government assets, and non-intervention in industry were pursued, to the dismay of traditional labor/labor supporters. In 1978 I wrote a paper Them and Us and Them which set out differences between the liberals and labor in tabular form. The paper was incorporated in Hansard and published in Henry Mayer's Australian Politics, a fifth reader. I described the parties as being based on two competing value systems, one taking a competitive view of the economy, with life as a struggle for resources, the other taking a cooperative view. I suggested then that the Liberal Party could be seen as the self-interest party, with its symbol a mirror or a ladder. The ALP could be called the Victims' Party, with the symbols of a pair of field glasses or a safety net. One party equated society with the market, the other with the community. One directed patriotic feeling towards concepts, symbols, and institutions of British origin, the other to those of Australian origin. I set out 22 areas of difference. The list of differences seemed accurate enough at the time, but it has no relevance in 1992. After 8 years of ALP federal government there has been an extraordinary degree of political convergence, with both parties deeply committed to market force economics. There is a depressing prospect that in the 1993 federal election the only major issue dividing the government and opposition will be the proposed goods and services tax, i.e. consumption tax as Labour calls it. In 1981 a special national Ciiderdance of the ALP adopted a new fundamental statement following the work of a large committee chaired by Gareth Evans, which tried to bring the 1921 socialist objective up to date. The central premise read: the Australian Labor Party is a democratic socialist party and that's the objective of the democratic socialisation of industry, production, distribution and exchange, to the extent necessary to eliminate exploitation and other antisocial features in these fields. The values of democratic socialism were defined as achieving the political and social values of equality, democracy, liberty and social cooperation, including redistribution of social and economic power, establishment and development of public enterprises, democratic control and strategic social ownership of Australian mineral resources, the application of democracy to industry, the promotion of socially appropriate technology, the restoration and maintenance of full employment, the abolition of poverty, the development of a democratic communications system, elimination of discrimination, constitutional reform and Australia as an independent republic, recognition of the prior ownership of Australian land by Aborigines and Islanders, the proper management of Australian resources and protection of the environment, maintenance of world peace. Of the 22 objectives, 14 are essentially economic and the others overlap with liberalism and environmentalism. Few of the economic goals are on the current political agenda. It is worth noting that there is no reference to adoption of market force economics, deregulation, tariffs, industry restructuring, international competition, the quality of education, research, health promotion, or community medicine. Are socialist policies exclusively economic, essentially related to ownership, control, and use of land, industry and resources, or is the word now virtually synonymous with progressive? Against the current trend, I would argue that socialist and socialism are essentially economic concepts and that the words become meaningless as synonyms for liberal/progressive/environmentalist. Is urban planning a characteristic of socialism? Action to cut greenhouse gas emissions. Saving the whale? Gender equity? Foreign policy? Immigration? Multiculturalism? Promoting the arts? An Australian Republic? Constitutional reform? Control of capital inflows? I think the answer is no to each item. However, land rights for Corys is a socialist policy. There was once a time when the term socialist was poured liberally, like tomato sauce, over various art forms, composition, painting, literature, architecture. This is now out of fashion. Although we talk about gay or feminist literature and political correctness is now fashionable in the US. Taking my courage in both typing fingers, I suggest the following. 20. Socialism is a political, economic, and social system in which the state takes an active role in influencing and directing the control, ownership and direction of capital and productive capacity, through taxation, fiscal measures generally, and direct intervention through public ownership and industry assistance, and the use of planning, provides services either as a monopoly or in competition with the private sector, promotes the goals of equality of opportunity, equity, and access, greater equality in income distribution, and the concert of society as community rather than market. Democratic socialism is a pluralist model incorporating the principles of socialism, but subject to social, political, and constitutional constraints. My definition is more of a mouthful than Sidney Webb's attempt, but it has the merit of comprehensiveness. It has something in common with the early Christian goal of the abundant life. In the time of my life, Dennis Healy cited with approval a definition by the Polish philosopher Leszek Kolakowski. Democratic socialism requires, in addition to commitment to a number of basic values, hard knowledge and rational calculation. It is an obstinate will to erode by inches the conditions which produce avoidable suffering, oppression, hunger, wars, racial and national hatred, insatiable greed, and vindictive envy. Healy noted, this is not an ignoble vision. It will do far more to help real people living in the real world today and tomorrow than all the cloudy theories of systematic ideologies, or the tidy of academic theorists. Well, yes. But like Voltaire's Eye of St. Denis, it is only the first step that worries me. On its election in March 1983, the Hawke government did not seem unduly preoccupied with the redefined goals of democratic socialism. By 1991, while welfare payments had been redirected towards those with the greatest need and a capital gains tax introduced, the distribution of wealth was more unequal than it had been in 1981, and far from extending social ownership, public sector enterprises such as Qantas and Australian Airlines were being sold off and telecom lost its monopoly status. Adam Smith was held in higher regard than Karl Marx or Sidney Webb. By May 1991, Bob Hawke had served longer as Prime Minister than Inning Socialism Redefining Socially, 2. The combined terms of Curtin, Ford, and Chifley. Labour set as its goal the creation of employment and the reconstruction of the Australian economy, attempting to make manufacturing internationally competitive, reducing the traditional dependence on tariff protection and the export of high bulk, low added value commodities. Apart from tariff reductions, there was deregulation in banking, a free float for the Australian dollar, a massive restructuring of the taxation system, a striking increase in the number of students completing secondary school and proceeding to tertiary education, electoral reform, a generally bipartisan foreign PIs and public funding of election campaigns. These reforms were all significant, but none could be remotely described as socialist. The Hawke-Keating-Walsh economic policies, strongly supported by the Invisible College of Canberra's senior executive service, strategically placed, mutually supportive and overwhelmingly neoclassical, were committed to winding back the public sector and relying on the free operation of the market. Like Diogenes looking for an honest man, Canberra's free marketeers set off in search of the elusive level playing field. They dismissed the examples of Japanese, German and Taiwanese market intervention with contempt. How could they get it all so wrong? Neoclassical economics in Canberra was pursued with a too quasi-theological fervour, but there was no significant debate on economic philosophy either in Parliament on the bureaucracy. Canberra's equivalent of the joke was that only free marketeers could be considered for promotion in the SES or to positions such as the chairmanship of the Industries Commission. Ministers were exposed to a very narrow range of views, to form of ideological cloning. The central heresy was to equate value with money value, that trees had value as timber, but not as wilderness, or as a contributing factor to public goods such as clean air. Paul Keating is now a latter-day critic of this narrow view. Underscore failure to use existing regulatory powers, for example over state banking, meant that some market sectors went into an orgy of boom and bust which could have been avoided. The percentage of gross domestic product devoted to government expenditure was cut back more sharply in 8 years under Labour than in any other OECD nation. Infrastructure expenditure suffered. The ABC and XRO sometimes seemed to be on political death row. Universities and research institutions were put on notice that they had to produce tangible economic 22 benefits for the national economy and seek more collaboration with industry. This narrow instrumental view created some problems since Australian industry showed little interest in medium to long-term research and had no track record of achievement in developing new products. The government was divided about the relative priority to be given to green issues and development where exports and employment were dominant factors. Each issue seemed to be resolved after considering the muscle power of the various lobby groups, rather than as part of working out policies for long-term ecologically sustained development. Sometimes the tough guy policies adopted by the Hawke government were intended to reassure the financial market, both domestic and international, that Labour was not backsliding into the traditional policies it had espoused with fervour in opposition. The tough international economic climate of the 1980s was not reflected in 200 pages of party platform. It confirmed that parties in office are often obliged to jettison the value systems that sustain the faithful during years of opposition. Senator Peter Walsh, an able minister for finance, joined the ALP in the 1960s because he opposed the death penalty. However, as a free-marketeering minister he developed a robust series of prejudices which he made no attempt to hide. Walsh retained a radical commitment to the poor and detested middle-class issues. I told him once that he seemed to have targeted a stereotypical enemy, a female environmental scientist working for XRO, who used child care facilities, was an occasional patron of the Australian Opera and voted for the Democrats. He commented, "You left out a user of the ABC. In the long term, the decline of Parliament and the rise of the bureaucracy may be seen as the most serious mistake of the Hawke government. Both seemed likely to make the party political process and elections irrelevant." In 1990, an election year, the House of Representatives sat for 38 days, the shortest sitting period since 1937, and in 1991 only 67 sitting days were planned for. The British House of Commons sat for 203 days in 1987, an election year, and normally sat for about 160 days. There was very little correlation between what was promised in an election campaign and what happened in the ensuing parliament. Ministers treated the House as a mere electoral college which certified the election of the executive and then rubber-stamped legislation, often after the guillotine had been. Redefining Socialism 23. Applied. But the bureaucracy was always there, 365 days a year, and an increasing proportion of legislation was generated by the bureaucracy itself. The efficiency, effectiveness, and integrity of the Hawke government was never questioned. Because major decisions tended to be brokered out after consultation with major stakeholders in disputed areas, the significance of parliamentary debate was greatly diminished. A corporate management style displaced the process of parliamentary scrutiny. This approach can work in government, and has even been successful in elections. However, it is hard to see how it could work in opposition. I suspect that the economic strategy worked out in government will not survive transition to opposition, if the unthinkable were to occur in the 1993 elections. At the ALP Special National Conference, held in Canberra in September 1990, I said, "I would argue that a party cannot survive simply on the basis of a commitment to economic efficiency, political pragmatism, and a particular set of leaders. It must have an ideology too. I agree that that ideology has to be redefined and updated, but it has to be there. A party without a hake is a contradiction in terms. The ALP faces what I call the Philip Morris problem, the difficulty of recruiting the next generation of users or supporters. It will be difficult, probably impossible, to recruit people to join a labor party on the basis that it repudiates its past and believes only in the market, a reduced role for the parliament, increased power for the bureaucracy, lower levels of government activity, and higher budget surpluses. We cannot remake or reshape the party by bypassing its structures. Except for special interest groups, such as the Greens, it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to create a new ideological framework for a broad-based political party in the 1990s, or even to update an existing philosophy to make it seem relevant, attractive, and effective. This problem appears to be universal, not confined to the ALP. 24. Reinventing Socialism. Many policies that socialists believe in, free elections, racial equality, support for the arts, environmental protection, are also supported by liberals and even some conservatives. I have been arguing that imaginative policies need to be adopted to help Australia make the transition to the 21st century. In a paper for the Victorian Fabian Society, I set out 26 priority areas, covering education, environment, quarries, foreign trade, industrial innovation, republicanism, reviving the political process, information, promoting the concept of the intelligent country. None of the 26 can be described as socialist. How far is socialism a realizable goal in 1992? For this to be possible, socialists should be able to point to an attractive model somewhere. Where is it? The USSR? Not exactly. Cuba. Vietnam. China. Sweden. Sweden is certainly a special case. In Australia Reconstructed, a paper co-published by the ACTU, Sweden's achievement was highly praised. Sweden certainly had a remarkable record, with high levels of employment and education, generous welfare systems, and products with excellent international reputations: Volvo, Saab, Electrolux, Ericsson, IKEA, Orifers, SKF, Hasselblad, not to mention some less desirable products such as poison, gas and other war weapons. Since Sweden had no natural resources, and a population less than 60% of Australia's, this was a significant achievement. However, by 1991 Swedish industry was moving offshore, bureaucratic systems were seen to be excessively large, and taxation levels crippling. The Social Democratic government had run out of ideas. Its defeat in September 1991, having ruled for all but 6 years since 1932, was comparatively narrow, considering that a loss had been regarded as not only inevitable, even desirable. The social welfare system was over-institutionalist and rigid. However, Sweden had been unusually successful in combining low unemployment with low inflation. If the late 1940s was the high point of Marx's vision, by 1989–90 the proposals in the manifesto were in disarray. The revival of neoclassical economics had become the dominant economic paradigm in Britain and Europe, and the failure of command economies to deliver the goods had become palpable. In 1989, agricultural production in the USSR was less in absolute figures than it had been in 1913, the last year of peace under the Tsars. Things didn't work. Systems were breaking down. Strangely, Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan had become popular role models in Moscow, seen as leaders who had solved their country's problems. 1989 marked the 200th anniversary of the French Redefining Socialism 25 Revolution. 1789 has been seen as the beginning of modern history because the revolutionaries set the political agenda ever since, creating the modern state, based on the ideology of nationalism, secularism, and mass participation. By 1989 the revolutionary wheel had stopped turning. In the USSR the terms left and right had become meaningless. The Berlin Wall had fallen. The Warsaw Pact was ended. Socialism/communism was a dead letter. Mikhail Gorbachev retained office in the USSR as the trustee of a party which was in intellectual receivership, and which he was determined to bury. The Chinese were pursuing elements of a mixed economy. Even Vietnam had a reform premier. Only Fidel Castro remained a true believer. The Communist Party of Great Britain has produced a draft constitution which adopts aims and values that drop Marxism-Leninism and embrace a politics drawing from creative Marxism, feminism, anti-racism, ecology and other progressive traditions, and to replace democratic centralism. In 1992, which items on the French revolutionary agenda are still in contention? If none, then what are the contemporary issues? AIDS. Coming to terms with Islamic fundamentalism. The problem of national minorities in the Middle East or Yugoslavia. Environmental issues. Access to resources. World population growth. Racism. What have these issues to do with socialism? A lot. A little. None at all. Where is the debate? A number of writers including George Steiner and Francis Fukuyama have argued that we may be facing the end of ideology, or even, Fukuyama suggests, the end of history. With the triumph of the Western model of consumerism, as illustrated by the fall of the Berlin Wall and the irrelevance of the command model economy in the East, there may be a homogenization of values. What is there to argue about? The problem of distribution remains, how many cars per family, rather than the goal of an equitable and accessible mass transport system. Steiner wrote, "The millions who poured westward through the broken Berlin Wall, are not inebriate with some abstract passion for freedom, for social justice, for the flowering of culture. It is a THIRD revolution we are witnessing, a rush towards the California promise that America has offered to the common man on this tired earth. American standards of dress, nourishment, locomotion, entertainment, housing are already the concrete utopia in revolutions. With Dallas being viewed east of the wall, the dismemberment of the regime may have become inevitable." 26. In the West, politics is increasingly dominated by personality and image. In Europe after 1992, politics will be largely replaced by sensible but essentially featureless administration. The United States is characterized by the politics of shallow breathing, with candidates emphasizing bland imperturbability and ducking hard issues, so much so that it has become virtually a one-party state with Democrats and Republicans sharing the same ideological roof. The ALP faces the same challenge which needs to be addressed now while we are in office as we work our way towards the 21st century. Waiting for a possible change of political status in 1993 to rethink the party's position is a recipe for disaster. 2. Is socialism relevant in an affluent society? Graham Campbell. The recent collapse of communist regimes in Eastern Europe and the ferment in the Soviet Union itself has dramatically altered the central ideological conflict which has divided East and West since the end of the Second World War and which, in a democratic framework, has been played out within Western nations. This conflict is open to a number of definitions, depending on where you stand and how far you subscribe to either ideology. It can roughly be described as a battle between liberal capitalism and the free market on the one hand and socialism and the state-controlled economy on the other. Most Western nations, of course, through the influence of socialists and others, came to be considered as mixed economies, with government intervention to soften the harsher edges of the free market. In Australia, the greatest years of the Labour movement and the Labour Party were concerned principally with economic and labour force reforms. The economic inequities in Australia were clear-cut and obvious to Labour people, they only had to look at the streets of the inner-city suburbs. In particular, the terrible years of the Depression gave added impetus to the development of the welfare state. There were differences in emphasis, of course, but the labor movement in general was also nationalist. The wartime government of 27. John Curtin was in no doubt at all that its principal concern was the defense of Australia, not the empire. This may seem an obvious choice to make now, but it Ian's courage and the will to defy Winston Churchill. The war years for most Australians on the home front were years which involved economic hardship and rationing. State intervention was at its height in order to direct industrial capacity most effectively to the war effort. This was the high point of socialist government in Australia, but strict government regulation was also accepted as necessary in non-socialist Western governments. As the war came to an end though, people expected the rationing to be eased. The failure of the new Prime Minister, Ben Chifley, to remove much of this rationing, combined with the media hysteria surrounding his government's unsuccessful attempt to nationalize the banks, were major factors which led to the Labour government's loss of office in 1949. The economic emphasis and nationalism continued as strong plans of the Labour Party ethos, but in the 1960s things began to change. There were still clear economic inequities, but the growing affluence of Australia, in common with other Western nations, meant that some of the drive was taken from the purely economic motive and social reforms gained greater prominence. There were still strong social sanctions against collecting unemployment benefits and state assistance, born out of the belief that it was shameful not be able to support yourself economically, except in dire circumstances. Those who had experienced the Depression could not believe that people who collected the dole in the midst of the country's affluence were genuine. Dole bludger was a withering term of abuse. In time though the sanction broke down, under the influence of the 1960s generation. At first the softening of these blanket social sanctions was positive, but there developed among certain sections of the population, a growing dependence on state subsidies. It came to be expected that the state would support any of its members, whether or not that person made any effort to help themselves. This general belief among the generation which had grown up in times of plenty, that the state owed them a living, extended to a significant educated section who came to regard public money as theirs by right in order to pursue ideological agendas. Most of these people, though middle class, also regarded themselves as socialist and in Australia identified themselves with and attached themselves to the Australian Labor Party. At first they identified strongly with the working class Suddites. Is socialism relevant in an affluent society? 29. Economic aspirations, but their agenda was largely concerned with social issues such as feminism and anti-discrimination. Once again the early achievements were positive, but as they grew in power and took positions of influence in society, their social agendas took prominence. They also took a close look at the working class and decided that they did not like what they saw, even while they gradually took control of the Labour Party. Nationalism remained though. The Whitlam Labour government of 1972–75, containing so many of the old warriors of the Menzies era, was clearly nationalist and set the scene for a brief period when the throwing off of the colonial cringe seemed possible. With that government's demise though and the increasing influence of the new class, a woolly internationalism became the growing fashion in the labor movement. Al Grassby as immigration minister in the Whitlam government had foreshadowed multiculturalism, which came to be embraced by both sides of politics, but particularly the left-leaning new class. The gap between the economic aspirations of the old Australian working class and the social agenda of the new class grew steadily. Multiculturalism and feminism became twin gods and bureaucracies sprang up, staffed by the new class, to ensure that these values permeated society, by force of law if necessary. In common with other affluent countries an increasing social regulation took place, with an accompanying restriction of free speech. The old Australian population was denigrated and as Professor Geoffrey Blainey expressed it, the cult of the migrant grew. The socialist ALP became increasingly out of touch with its major support base. This sort men niasi and politician ones essentially parasitic. It lives off the taxes and the votes of the very people it most frequently denigrates and attacks. In its fuzzy feel-good approach it has abandoned common sense and has attacked the economic base of the country, which makes not only its existence possible, but also the welfare of the greatest number possible. Mining, vital as an export earner for Australia and the producer of resources which we should be refining ourselves for our own country's benefit, is despised by these people, just as industry is despised. The regulation of the social and moral behavior of the population, even while our economy declines, is their major concern. This is not socialism. These AC have lost sight of socialism and what it entails. They are more concerned with status and power and superficial, but largely irrelevant, expressions of compassion, than with 30. What socialism should still be about, in an affluent society as much as any other, namely the equitable distribution of wealth. Australia may still be an affluent society, but there are grave dangers that we will slowly slide to third world status and that the great advances of the Labour Party in its earlier days will be lost. The country's third world debt level, third world population growth rate and third world economic base, namely unprocessed raw materials, are things that should concern every socialist. Unless we get the economy right, there is no hope for socialism, and our democratic system itself will be put under enormous and possibly fatal stress. Socialism is relevant in an affluent society, particularly this affluent society, because there is a growing economic and power gap between those connected with the big end of town, particularly those with links with foreign big business interests, and the general Australian population. Australia is becoming increasingly controlled by people advocating a level playing field. The fact is, there is no such thing as a level playing field. The economies of both Japan and South Korea, which we are supposed to admire, have been spurred by selective government intervention. Among the advocates of the level playing field, events in Eastern Europe were widely interpreted to signal not only the end of the extreme form of socialism called communism, which in practice was dictatorship by a privileged class of bureaucrats, but to weaken the whole legitimacy of intervention by government in the economy. These advocates of removing government restraints on the market and government involvement in business, who had been on the ascendant in Western democracies anyway, took control. It is certainly true in Australia that economic reforms were necessary, but with financial deregulation in particular, some form of adequate control was required to check the excesses of the market. Conservatives and Labour people alike in Australia have known very well that big business and the banks cannot be trusted to act in the national interest. The distinguished Liberal Party Minister for External Affairs, Richard Casey, said as much several times, as did Robert Menzies. Suddenly, though, the banks and the markets were to be totally trusted. The Reserve Bank abandoned all its old controls, without putting any new ones in place. It has to take a lot of the blame for what followed. Overseas borrowings by the banks rose from $1.70 billion in 1980 to $65.4 billion in 1990. Other funds were raised directly by Australian investors from overseas sources. In spite of the fact that the government assured us that borrowings, which were driving us further and further into debt, were being used. Is socialism relevant in an affluent society? 31. To build up our export capacity, these funds overwhelmingly went into unproductive areas, such as inefficient company takeovers and takeover attempts and real estate, in particular the housing and infrastructure needed to accommodate our massive migrant intake. The third world rate of population increase also put increasing pressure on existing infrastructure. Real estate prices in Sydney and Melbourne were propped up by demand caused by high immigration rates, and much of the rest of the investment in real estate came from abroad. The NSW State Drug Crime Commission believes a considerable amount of drug money from Hong Kong was invested in this way. The support of internationalism and multiculturalism in the labor movement had seen high immigration levels embraced by both the left and the right, as well as the Liberal Party. Supporting increased immigration was part of being a sophisticated cosmopolitan and compassionate citizen. In its support, or at least acceptance of, high immigration rates, the labor movement essentially went to bed with big business, especially internationalist or multinational business interested principally in property development, as well as the banks and the real estate industry. The multinationalists in particular must be very amused at the assistance the labor movement has given it in denigrating Australian nationalism and promoting internationalism, including multiculturalism, because of the effect it has had in pushing immigration upwards, which perfectly suits their agenda. Their agenda is essentially economic imperialism. High immigration drives down wages and working conditions and undermines the power of the trade union movement. Just consider how often economists who ally themselves to this approach claim that Australian wages are too high. In fact, Australian wages are among the lowest in the OECD. Australian wages are only high if you compare them with Asian nations, and that is precisely what these people are doing. Their call for Australia to integrate itself with Asia, the policy of Asianization, is essentially a call to deliver ourselves into the hands of the economic imperialists. If they succeed, Australia would merely become a colonial satellite, a quarry and construction dump for the benefit of foreigners, with the locals a cheap labor pool without unity and a sense of national purpose. The left wing of the Labour Party in particular should be very clear about this. In supporting Asianization and high immigration, they are riding shotgun for those who would reverse all the gains in working conditions that the labor movement has fought for. It is high time that the labor movement went back to its grassroots, and that does not mean the vacuous compassion advocated by the left, but a hard-headed approach which has the practical effect of promoting the economic well-being and morale of Australians. Australia cannot solve the problems of the world, especially adopting a woolly internationalism which has little practical effect anyway. First and foremost, we have responsibility for our own country and the welfare of its citizens. By doing that, we will be a much better pogo to provide practical international assistance. So the triumph of the free market involves considerable dangers as well as potential benefits for Australia, and a true socialist approach is needed today as much as it has ever been. We have to be very wary of reports such as that delivered by Professor Ross Garnott of the ANU in 1989, Australia and the Northeast Asian Ascendancy, which was ecstatically greeted by most of the financial press and the government. Dr. Garnott advocates the abolition of all tariffs by the year 2000. While tariff protection has promoted inefficiencies, we have to be very careful about how we go about dealing with the problem. Too much action too soon will create more problems than are solved. The most sensible thing to do is to proceed on an industry-by-industry approach. The abolition of tariffs, however, does not mean that there is not a place for government assistance to local industries in other ways, such as incentives and tax breaks. Japan and Korea, which Garnott has held up as paragon economies, have both used this approach. Garnott also advocates concentrating on importing migrants from Northeast Asian countries. The theory is that these immigrants would suddenly start working in the best interests of Australia on their arrival and link us to the economies of their former homelands, which would carry the world before them in the future. The experience of the business migration scheme suggests otherwise. We have to deal with what is possible in the real world. Practical EA and not utopian experiments are what is required. Thousands of Australians who had nothing to do with the indulgences of the 1980s have paid for them with the loss of their jobs, brought on by the recession. The recession which was engineered by the government to counter the effects of the borrowing excesses. Though there are parallels with the excesses of the rest of the deregulating Western world in the 1980s, Australia's positron has been exacerbated by its colonial cringe. These days the old-style colonial cringe of the 1950s and 1960s is clearly recognized and mocked by the new elites. In those days the cringe was mainly towards Britain and the US. Our governments frequently kowtowed to these countries, often, it must be said, to the embarrassment of the general population. But is socialism relevant in an affluent society? 33. Among the general population itself, local artists and scientists, later to achieve world prominence, were at first automatically regarded as second-rate. Once they achieved prominence in foreign countries, however, locals fell over themselves to embrace them as our own. Locals were desperately concerned that foreign visitors would think well of the country. Our principal pride came in the fact that we could take on the world and beat it at sport. In other areas, though, it was presumed that we were second-rate. The new elites believe that in ridding themselves of that cringe to Britain and the US and promoting integration with Asia, they have thrown off the colonial cringe altogether. In fact, all they have done is redirect it. They cringe, they cavil, and they kowtow to the nations of Asia, in many ways in a much more embarrassing way than we used to do to Britain, because associated with the cringe is a large degree of middle-class guilt over the White Australia policy and our past attitudes to Asia. They should realize though that this approach does just the opposite of gaining them respect and privilege in Asia. As well as being counterproductive in that sense, this approach continues our colonial dependent mentality, when the real challenge for Australia is finally, after all these years, to stand up for ourselves and develop the undoubted capacity of our own people and resources. People like Garnot, rather than taking the hard choice to build up the country by investing in locals, advocate continuing the tradition of the cargo cult. Our salvation is come from abroad, that is to say Asia, because everything is or will be bigger and better there. If we connect to Asia like a limpet and finally submerge ourselves and our culture, in short everything we have valued, we will succeed as a nation. It seems very high price to pay for ensuring that we will remain, for all eternity, a colony. To address this colonial cringe we need to cultivate an intelligent, outward-looking nationalism. We have to cut immigration to a ceiling of 50,000 and rid ourselves of the policy of multiculturalism. In education we have to teach our own history and foster a self-confident, but not overconfident or insular, independence. We have to promote self-reliance and give incentives for those with talent and skills. In this there is nothing incompatible between a combination of the free market and sensible government regulation, in short a mixed economy. Those who take the risks and put up the money should reap comparable rewards, as well as contributing equitably to society. In purely practical terms, the fatal flaw in the extreme communist approach of Karl Marx was to believe that you could take 34. The fruits of the free market and then kill the tree which had produced those fruits and expect the fruits to continue to be efficiently produced. Socialism which veers too much to the left would also have a constricting effect. Socialist governments are perfectly capable of providing adequate incentive for investment in the areas where Australia desperately needs investment, the tradable sector, particularly mining and mineral processing. They are perfectly capable of working well with big business within a framework of adequate controls which serve the best interests of the country. Also, once and for all we must get rid of the idea that the country owes us a living, or that certain groups have a divine right to public money. Public money is for the public good and individuals who are in genuine need, not vested interest groups. Socialism is not about the support of vested interest groups, but what is best for society in general. This will be achieved by the most efficient use of our resource. National unity and morale will also be lifted. There should be a free expression of ideas and promotion of intelligent debate on how to achieve these things and how to achieve what is best for the country. There is no place for the constrictions of publicly funded thought policy. It is only by the free interplay of ideas that a society progresses. Australia is still an affluent country, but it is an affluent country on the brink of a precipice. Common sense socialism which nurtures the tree of the free market, under adequate, but not harmful supervision, promotes the free exchange of ideas and directs investment in such a way as to haul back the current account deficit and foreign debt, is needed today more than ever. 3. Social justice vision and strategies. Brian Howe. Introduction. The federal Labor government brought into office a vision for a fairer, more prosperous, and just society in which every Australian receives a fair share of the nation's wealth. This vision calls for a society with an equitable distribution of economic resources, equality of civic and legal rights, fair and equal access to essential services such as housing, health, and education, and the opportunity for every member of society to participate in community life. The vision for social justice has not changed. This is the light on the hill that the Labour Party has worked toward for the last 100 years. Labour has a long history of social reform. It was responsible for introducing a comprehensive social security system and for introducing workers' compensation and universal health insurance. It also recast the social security system to make it an active system, associated with opportunities to train and work. Indeed, for some time now Australia has led the world in many areas of social policy. Labour's reforms have been at the forefront of world thinking in the development of an active social security system which is linked closely to labour market programs, in the provision of services and support for people with disabilities and the aged, and the provision 35. 815 of assistance to families through indexed income support payments, increases in child care places and an effective child support system for children in sole parent families. During the 1980s, labor responded to very difficult and basic issues which flowed from the recession of 1981 to 82, including high levels of unemployment and massive levels of poverty. Of necessity, policies were developed which addressed fundamental and basic issues of social justice. Policies to address high levels of unemployment are again needed in the 1990s, policies which both manage the economy with care and are in the people's and nation's interests. In developing these policies, labor must continue to emphasize programs of social reform based on an understanding of our community and of our society. Social policy and economic policy must be viewed as equally important and inextricably linked. To devise effective policies in these areas means challenging fundamental assumptions. It involves confronting people and institutions about the shape of social justice policies, and asking basic questions about what is really happening in the community. In this chapter, I will outline current actions for reform being undertaken by labor in government and my views about challenges for the future. I will also bring into focus labor's vision of fundamental change to improve the quality of life for all Australians, and use the opportunity to highlight some of the differences between labor's approach to social justice and that of the coalition. I will describe the links between social justice and economic policy, and put forward my view that the immediate challenge for social justice is to direct our attention, in a holistic way, to two main areas of basic social need: health and housing, both of which have a direct and major impact on quality of life. Economic policies and labor market strategies. As a nation, Australia cannot achieve social justice without a sound and sustainable economy. The need for improved productivity and enhanced competitiveness is not going to disappear. Difficult choices will have to be made in order to balance the need for sustainable economic development and improved living standards. Australia needs to ensure that it can sustain the gains we achieve. This requires an effective economic system and an understanding of the economic, social, and demographic changes which can affect the long-term viability of our education, health, social security and community services systems. Social Justice Vision and Strategies. 37. Australia's economic position and outlook has shifted considerably over the last 20 years. High levels of protection resulted in an inefficient and uncompetitive domestic industrial base, while adding to the costs of efficient exporting industries. Australia can no longer afford to maintain this artificial relationship with the rest of the world, especially in the climate of world recession. Australia must develop new value-added industries that can compete internationally. We are already seeing the first signs of this new economic base. Exports of manufactured goods have increased by 112% since 1983 to 84, and the annual rate of growth in this sector has outstripped the OECD average. The restructuring of the economy will have a significant impact on social policy. There is a need to refocus the skills base of the workforce to cope with new technology and work practices and to foster the growth of new industries. An essential plank of our social justice strategy is the creation of sustainable employment while containing inflation. Labor has learned from the lessons of the 1983 recession. Most importantly, labor market assistance must be directed at preparing for recovery, rather than succumbing to the effects of recession. As the economy turns around, there will be an increase in demand for labor and there will be a need for a well-skilled workforce. In this context, maintaining and improving the skills of the unemployed so that they retain their links with the workforce is imperative. The long-term unemployed must be targeted because they will pay special assistance to take advantage of the recovery. In the past, labor has assisted parents, and in particular women, into the workforce through assistance with child care. It has also supported those who are most disadvantaged in the labor market, especially sole parents and people with disabilities. In addition, there have been real increases in the level of assistance for the unemployed, particularly for families with children and those living in private rental who are the most vulnerable. In previous recessions, it would have been accepted that programs for disadvantaged people were luxuries that could not be afforded. This is the very time not to drop these programs so that job seekers with special circumstances have the best chance of gaining employment in the recovery. Social justice under labor. The achievements of labor over the last 10 years reflect its different approach to social policy, not only compared with the approach of the 38th Coalition, but also with how social policy has been conceived by most governments. It is the role of government to ensure social justice for its citizens through positive action. Social justice should not be a stop-start approach to social policy which applies band-aid solutions to the major problems of the day. In this way, labor's social justice strategy is a strategy which progresses by building on achievements and the gains made in our understanding of the issues. Labor's social justice platform recognizes that all Australians legitimately benefit from government programs at some stage in their lives. It recognizes that social justice is about education, healthcare, affordable housing, assistance for families and services for the aged, as well as about special support for people in crisis or facing difficult periods such as marriage breakup or unemployment or homelessness. However, as necessary as social welfare programs are for many people at some stage in their lives, long-term solutions which address the more fundamental structural problems within society must also be identified and pursued. Through the social justice strategy, social policy is part of the mainstream of government activity. It is not something which is tacked on at the end to take care of the inequities and problems caused by other policies. In the long run, this means making general community services responsive to the needs of all Australians, including those who are disadvantaged such as people with disabilities and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. Although specific purpose programs may be needed in the short term, these programs often have the effect of further marginalizing particular groups of people. Only by locating people within the mainstream of community life and activities and all that entails can social justice be achieved. Social justice is thus also about improving our cities so that they are more responsive to social and economic needs and ensuring that those in rural and remote areas get services that cater better to their requirements. The strength of our society is dependent on the strength of our communities. While it is important to target disadvantaged groups, it is equally important to take a holistic view of the particular needs of local communities, recognizing the interdependence of social, economic, and environmental aspects. For example, in relation to remote Aboriginal communities, the total well-being of the community depends upon an interplay of factors including environmental health, employment and education opportunities, infrastructure and the delivery of community services. The needs of communities require social justice vision and strategies. 39. Integrated policy approaches which recognize the diversity of local communities. The OECD's Active Society emphasizes the integration of social and economic issues, especially labor market considerations and social investment in creating opportunities for people to realize their full potential. Both the OECD's approach and the Ferrer Society of the Alps social justice strategy recognize the need for coordinated policies at a local level. Active social policies, however, will not be effective unless they are accompanied by equitable access to essential community services such as transport, childcare, education, and training. The failure to adequately address these broad service and infrastructure issues in a community can affect residents' quality of life and reduce the effectiveness of specific government policies and programs. Labor's vision of social justice also recognizes that governments must be in partnership with individuals, families, and communities to improve the quality of life of all Australians. Only in partnership together can the best possible community be realized. Better education and training systems, health and community services, improvements to support for disadvantaged groups, and equality of rights for all, Australians and at a cost that the nation can sustain. Social justice for people with disabilities. A measure of our maturity as a society is the extent to which disadvantaged groups are encouraged and able to share in the responsibilities and benefits of society. Labor's efforts in achieving social justice for people with disabilities represent our progress as a party committed to improving the quality of life for all people. The struggle for disability reform has epitomized the broader struggle for fairness, for expanded opportunities, and for better communities. Over the last decade, Australia has undertaken broad, sweeping reforms in order to provide the rights, opportunities, and freedoms for people with disabilities that are generally available to the Australian public. Protection and promotion of the rights of people with disabilities is an important principle which needs widespread acceptance and recognition within the community. The development of anti-discrimination legislation for people with disabilities is testimony to Labour's commitment to this principle. The continuation of major program initiatives to improve employment opportunities constitutes an enduring policy direction to give people with disabilities access to many benefits and to substantially improve their quality of life. The revision of income security arrangements was another important step towards improving employment opportunities for people with disabilities. Advances in the rationalisation of disability service provision between Commonwealth and state governments will mean clearer delineation of responsibility and elimination of duplication and gaps in services, as well as ensuring that all Australians with a disability share the benefits of the Commonwealth's Disability Services Act, regardless of which level of government funds a particular service. Finally, work being undertaken to promote the employment potential of people with disabilities and the development of a fair wages system will also have a far-reaching impact. These reforms are not isolated initiatives which will only have a transitory impact on the lives of people with disabilities. Labour is committed to providing people with disabilities with the same rights and opportunities as are available to other Australians. The realisation of social justice not only benefits people with disabilities but society as a whole. Removing barriers to full participation enables people with disabilities to be acknowledged and utilized as both a significant economic and cultural resource base, with the potential to make an important contribution to the economy. Approaches to social justice. Labour's approach to social justice is based on a sense of collective responsibility for community well-being. It recognizes that there are certain basic capacities and resources that everyone in our society needs, in order to realize their civic freedoms and rights. As the 1991 National Platform states, social justice is the ALP's reason for existence. It is the common goal that unites all party members. Through its objectives, policies, and programs, the ALP works to create a fairer society for all. Since coming to government, Labour has worked with the community sector to improve social justice in Australia. While their roles are different, the community sector and Labour share common goals. The difference lies in the means by which these goals are pursued. As a political body, Labour has had the difficult task of pursuing social justice vision and strategies 41. Concurrently, a number of competing interests responsible fiscal and monetary policies, international affairs, community well-being and the environment. It has had to balance these competing interests and explore policies that, within all the constraints, best meet the nation's needs. Many of the social justice measures advocated by community groups will not be possible unless sustainable economic growth is maintained. The Australian Council of Social Services itself recognises the importance of sustained growth in reducing unemployment, for example. A more prosperous Australia will be in a better position to implement social justice programs. Reversing the decline in terms of trade and in international competitiveness is a high priority for a political party pursuing a fairer society for all. Likewise, the community sector has a responsibility to focus Labour's attention on the particular needs of their constituent groups. As the sector which has traditionally provided a substantial proportion of welfare support in Australia, the community sector is a crucial in close touch with local needs. Labour acknowledges the vital role played by the community sector in highlighting pressure points within the community, and in providing a voice for those who are most disadvantaged. Labour is committed to consultation and participation with the community in the development of appropriate social policies. The Coalition's approach to social justice is starkly different. This reflects the Coalition's different understanding of the role of government in this area as well as the contribution to be made by the community sector. Under a liberal/national coalition, disadvantaged Australians would be hit from all sides. In his speech to ACOS in October 1991, Dr. Hewson painted a residualist and stigmatizing approach to social policy. He claimed that a society such as Australia has a duty to provide for those who cannot fend for themselves. But we have no duty to provide for those who can look after themselves. Dr. Hewson claims that services such as employment and training programs can simply be devolved to the states and that voluntary agencies should compete for funds. As the proponents of a consumption tax, the coalition is soxing the living standards of those with the least capacity to pay, the aged, families, and the unemployed. Not only would public support be reduced, but the government programs which remain would be funded from a much less progressive tax base. The coalition would divide Australia. Australia would be divided 42 into the haves and have-nots. Access to assistance for the have-nots would be restricted while the haves would receive legitimate assistance in the form of tax cuts and tax concessions paid for by those who can least afford it. The coalition would reintroduce the spectre of people who are unemployed, or who are sole parents, having to rely on charity and handouts to survive. I believe that the coalition's approach is based on a profound contempt for the people who use the income support system and a mistaken belief that people who receive social security benefits are living a comfortable life of their choice. The coalition would see them starved into the labor market. The coalition's approach is also based on a simplistic view of Australian society and the role of government. It professes that all that is required is for the government to get out of the way and the needs of people will be met by their families and the private sector. The Conservatives take no account of the hardships and costs to individuals and society this would entail. However, if we think about people in poverty as those who have had fewer opportunities in life to reach their potential as individuals and as citizens, then we are looking at a much more complex set of issues than simple income support. We need to make sure that people in this situation have access to information, education, and training, affordable and appropriate accommodation, healthcare, the services and transport they need to support themselves in work and at home and to gain fair access to employment. The conservative view of poverty suggests it is a permanent life cycle state, and that the poor are the product of a culture, perhaps even of their own making. The idea of a culture of poverty can be criticized on several grounds. There is little evidence to suggest that the poor do not adhere to the standard values in society. In addition, many of the characteristics of the poor can be attributed simply to the effect of a lack of resources. Poverty is a complex issue with a multiplicity of interrelated aspects. The so-called cycle of poverty is also questionable. Contrary to popular perception, the evidence is that the circumstances of people who are poor can change rapidly. For example, there is a commonly held view that the average sole parent is dependent on a pension or benefit for much of their working lives. In reality, the average sole parent is dependent on a pension for less than 3 years. Further, it is now being recognized that traditional measures of poverty which emphasized the distribution of income are inadequate. What is required is a range of indicators of quality of life. Social Justice Vision and Straight Goose 43. Which together will provide a truer picture of living standards and which will also provide useful measures for policy analysis and program development. In Australia, poverty measurement has been dominated by the use of the Henderson poverty line. Developed in the late 1960s. It defined poverty through a comparison of after-tax income with the poverty line originally set against the value of the basic wage and child endowment. The poverty line now uses movement in per capita household disposable income per head with a set of equivalence scales which specify poverty lines for different family types. The use of the poverty line can be criticized on many fronts, but in particular for its failure to acknowledge the contribution factors other than income make to living standards. An important modification in the use of the line in the measurement of poverty has been the incorporation of before and after consideration of housing costs. This modification recognized housing as a basic need as well as a major claim on household incomes. However, a broader definition still is required to assist governments to make informed and effective choices about housing, health, and other related policies. Although more difficult to quantify, social justice must be seen as a function of a range of indicators relating to people's living conditions, including housing, health, transport, social contact, access to social services, etc. In order to make appropriate responses to the complex issues of poverty and disadvantage, we must continue to develop policies which aim to target government expenditure in a way that achieves the best result in terms of improving people's life cycle opportunities and living conditions while still delivering the services that people want and need. The challenge of change. An important challenge facing Labour's social justice strategy is to develop new models which can respond to changing demographic and social trends, and address the diffuse needs of modern Australians. One of the reasons that we need to recast and rethink our approach to social policy is the degree of demographic change in terms of the structure of families and the different ways that people live now compared to the way they might have lived in the 1940s. Australia's population is aging and has been since the early 1970s. The post-war baby boom and the rapid immigration of that period gave Australia a youthful population. It resulted in a great demand for 44. Housing and services associated with families and youth. The impact of a youthful population is demonstrated by shifts in housing demand. When the baby boomers left home in the 1960s, the demand for flats and similar housing grew rapidly. The demand for detached housing rose through the 1970s and early 1980s as the same group settled down and started families. The post-war baby boom are now between 35 and 45 years of age. There are now almost 2 million Australians over 65 years of age, which is 11% of the population. Average life expectancy is almost 80 years for women and 73 years for men. By 2006, almost 40% of the population will be over 45, and by 2031 the number of people over 65 would have almost trebled to 5.2 million. The way we live is also changing. Australians live in smaller households, with traditional families comprising less than a third of the total. Average household size has shrunk from 3.6 persons to 2.9 persons. With 50% of all households comprising only one or two people. The rate of marital separations has increased, rising from 10% in the 1950s and 1960s, to around 35% play an important role within the community. GPS are the focal point of most people in the community and often provide a link between medical and other services. Because of this, it is important to ensure GPS are able to consider the health and welfare needs of all their patients without having to take into account a person's capacity to pay. Factors such as where a person lives, what they can afford to pay, and their state of health should not be barriers to quality health services. Under a coalition, there would be greater pressure on public hospitals to treat private patients as a way of securing additional funds. Public patients would miss out as the extra private patients sap the funds provided to public patients. The combined effect of a goods and services tax and the coalition's social justice vision and strategies. 51. Health policies would be to put health services beyond the reach of the ordinary Australian. Conclusion. Social justice remains a major strategic objective of the Australian Labor Party, providing a framework for all policies and a set of unified national goals across Australia. Only in this way will the living standards of all Australians be maintained and improved. Labor's policies must continue to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to realise their potential and to be independent, and to make sure that everyone, no matter where they live, can take advantage of services, programs, and opportunities as a right. Labor's social justice strategy has had many notable successes. We need to build on these and take the strategy into new areas. We must also recognize that resources will always be limited, that there will be a need to set priorities and ensure that programs are efficient and effective. I have outlined here my view that the immediate challenge for the social justice strategy is to address in a more holistic way basic social needs in the particular areas of health and housing. Effective strategies in these areas can only be developed in partnership with the community workers, unions, the community sector, industry, and service users. This is not to say that the old priorities were wrong, rather the strategies and focus belong to a previous set of circumstances and needs. Our job now is to look forward to the 21st century, and plan policies and programs that will suit the needs of all Australians. 4. Underscore the case for regulation in the 1990s. Nick Bokus. Introduction. Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, expressed a view about the market and those who live by profit. Their interest, he stated, is never exactly the same as that of the public. He believed that it was in the interest of those who live by profit to deceive and even to oppress the public, and that this had occurred on many occasions. This is the same market which is said to be the most efficacious way to optimize the achievement of economic and social goals. The internationally driven agenda of the 1980s, to free up the market, to deregulate, to level the playing field, has constituted a powerful yet inadequate political theology. Now, as we move out of the decade of deregulation, economic writing is sprinkled with expressions of revisionism. We hear of the naivete of the deregulators, of the lack of awareness of the market, of going too fast, too quickly. Missing, of course, is a full reappraisal of the theology. Missing too is any admission of fault by its proponents. Lord Keynes wrote in 1936, "The ideas of economists and political philosophers, both when they are right and when they are wrong, are more powerful than 53 OM is commonly understood. Indeed, the world is ruled by little else. Practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. It is impossible to assess the lessons of the 1980s and to make a case for efficient and necessary regulation in the 1990s, without an understanding of the rationale of the theology. In its application, the deregulatory theology fills as a practical response to society's economic, social, and other problems. It is based on the unreal premise that in the market all citizens, rich or poor, have equal power in their relationships with other members of society. It also presumes the same interrelationship in the corporate sector. Yet people, and companies are not equal in their economic capacity. Consumers on their own, for instance, are not in a position to seriously challenge business in the transaction process, from the negotiation to the enforcement. As soon as we reject the notion that the players in the market have equal power, the basic problem arises. The theology is utopian. There is no recognition that along with a host of desirable characteristics, greed, violence, and evil may also be part of human nature. According to the theology of the free market, competition between individuals will channel socially undesirable traits into socially useful directions. To paraphrase Adam Smith, it is the self-interest of the baker that ensures we get our daily bread. But in a free market there is nothing to ensure that the bread is the advertised weight and quality, and we can certainly rely on the self-interest of some bakers to want to shortchange us on those counts. The inadequacy of the free market theology is also demonstrated in its application in the international trade area, where it takes no cognizance of the actual behavior of other nations or trade blocs, in their maintenance, if not expansion, of a diverse range of barriers. The reality of today's trading system is mercantilism disguised with free market rhetoric. This has been brought home quite brutally with Australian farmers protesting the protectionist actions of the United States and the European community. More importantly, however, the fundamental political implications of such a theology should not be ignored. Its basic premise is that the role of governments should be limited in its scope to action on behalf of citizens, with as many decisions as possible to be left to the dictates of commercial decision-making, to the exclusion of a range of social imperatives. The case for regulation in the 1990s. 55. The political nature of the theory means limits on the role of government and parliament, the institutions whose basic raison d'etre is to reflect the will of society as to how society should operate. The theology requires, to the extent that it is successful, a commensurate reduction in society's capacity to rule itself, to the benefit of those who dominate the marketplace. It is no wonder therefore that the challenge to regulation in the 1980s was clearly led by the rich and powerful in our society. It was the voice of privilege behind the call for free markets, against consumer protection laws, against consumer credit laws, against regulating the terms and conditions of work, against land rights and environmental controls, against health schemes and other socially desirable programs. But the theologians also fail with their lack of consistency. It is interesting that recently there have been calls from international big business for Australia to impose stricter regulations on our corporations which borrowed heavily in the international markets. The voice of privilege does not have a consistent approach to the question of regulation. It is a pragmatic approach which varies on issues according to the self-interest of those powerful enough to have their views adopted by the press and right-wing think tanks. Ultimately it is both the inherent inequity and this inconsistency which demonstrate the weaknesses of the deregulatory movement. This provides the opportunity for the labor movement to fight, as we have over the last decade, against the wholesale adoption of deregulation as a political ideology. The challenge of the deregulators in the 1980s was not entirely negative. For instance, in the Australian context, much of our regulatory framework was outmoded and uncoordinated across the various governments. Its inappropriateness was accentuated by the rapid internationalization of our economy and sectoral markets within it. No longer were diverse state-based responses acceptable in the changed national marketplace. It was also the case that much of the regulatory apparatus had been captured by those who were originally being regulated. Regulation which had once perhaps had socially useful purposes was being used to prop up local producers' monopolies. In Australia there was, and still is, an agenda for deregulation and streamlined re-regulation which both needs to be tackled, and which will provide social as well as economic benefits. The international impetus of the 1990s, however, was to ride over the 56. Role of government intervening in the interests of individuals in society. The assumed needs of the corporate sector drove the agenda, the interests of individuals being of secondary concern, if considered at all. This was despite the fact that society's structures, their development in the 1970s and 1980s, as well as the greater centralization of economic power and advances in technology, all led to a greater need to protect individuals. The area of consumer protection demonstrates the complexity of issues in this area well. In this chapter some areas of the social and economic aspects of our society are examined to illustrate how the increasing concentration of economic power, new technology, larger disparities in economic power, concern for the environment and other factors have created a greater need for lean and nationally consistently regulation in the 1990s. Civil liberties. Civil liberties is an area which raises other issues relevant to the regulation debate. It is important that we recognize that our Constitution does not guarantee many of the rights we think we have. Trial by jury, one vote, one value, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, the right to protest, the right to have legal representation, the right to privacy. These are some of the rights we think we have in Australia but for which there is no guarantee in the Constitution or elsewhere. Recent common law and state government actions against strikers have made it clear that there is no right to take industrial action in Australia. This area is often ignored in the deregulation debate. Because it is seen, wrongly, as being of no economic significance. Regulation to protect individual rights, both against governments as well as against the private sector, is fundamental in our society. This regulation can only come from government. As our society becomes more complex, with a commensurate increase in individuals' sense of powerlessness, governments will increasingly need to intervene to redress this imbalance. An important area which needs to be addressed is the protection of the individual against the arbitrary use of power on the part of government itself. There has been an unfortunate view that it is governments which make decisions and that any countervailing power against bureaucratic decision-making is uneconomic. It is important that people have rights to challenge the arbitrary exercise of power by bureaucrats through forums such as the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. That way we can ensure that people are treated in the case for regulation in the 1990s accordance with the intentions of Parliament. We can also ensure that they have mechanisms to pursue their rights. Freedom of information legislation offers a pivotal source of power for the individual against the state. There is also a need to guard the individual in society against the tendency for arbitrary arrests and punishment. Strong checks and balances ensure that opportunities for abuse of police powers are minimized. In these sorts of examples there is an obvious need to regulate the power of decision makers, the police, and various quasi-police forces and provide readily available access to judicial and administrative remedies for violations against the regulations. The power of private individuals needs also be enhanced as against the large corporate sector, where the exercise of economic power can often have arbitrary and detrimental effects on the economic circumstances of people. We have, through the Privacy Amendment Act, ensured that people are not arbitrarily discriminated against through the misuse of large databases by the private sector. Consumer issues. As noted earlier, the deregulators preach about equality in the marketplace. This does not sit well with reality. The deregulators' prescription for freedom in the marketplace includes the freedom of the strong to exploit the weak, directly resulting in less freedom for the weak. This is clearly demonstrated in the area of consumer transaction, where individuals often deal with huge corporations. Many of those companies have a greater annual turnover than the value of all business done in the state of New South Wales. The notion of equality between the suburban motorist and the supplier, for example, is a deliberate distortion of the reality. This question of inequality between buyers and sellers has to be seen in the context of massive changes we have witnessed over the century. More and more of the items we purchase now come from large private sector monopolies and oligopolies. Within most markets there is an increasing tendency for the concentration of economic power. Competition between producers is supposed to weaken their power vis-a-vis the consumer. Yet competition is weak in many sectors of the economy. Even where there are a host of alternative producers, we have to keep in mind the possibility of anti-competitive practices, including collusion. For this reason, even in cases where the policy is to rely on competition, regulation to achieve competition may be necessary. 58. Reinventing Socialism. Technological factors and the growing sophistication of consumer goods mean that the consumer has much less idea of what he or she is actually buying in today's market. In a similar way, the internationalization of the world market means the consumer has little idea of who he or she is buying from or how individual products are made. People who want to buy a car made in Australia are likely to be surprised to find out that the new Holden is in fact made in a number of countries. The implication of such developments means also that when something goes wrong, the power of consumers to enforce their rights is severely diminished. Trying to find the entry point in a large private bureaucracy is difficult enough. Trying to match its legal resources is impossible. If the government were to abrogate its responsibility for protecting the consumer, then individuals would be lost in a hostile marketplace, unable to obtain redress and unable even to assess the dangers inherent in the products bought by them. We're all aware of the argument that competition among businesses is supposed to assist consumers as producers try to increase their market shares by operating more cheaply and offering lower prices to consumers. Doing things more cheaply often involves cutting corners at the expense of the safety of consumers, the durability of the product, and the sustainability of the environment, among other things. Legislation protects against these problems and sets the rules of the competition game with the aim then to channel competition into socially useful directions. Scientific advances also present a complex issue for government. There is now a good deal more scientific knowledge about the harmful effects of products. To take one example, the lead used in petrol and other items. That scientific knowledge should be used to the benefit of society and individuals. Scientific knowledge can only be so utilized with the assistance of government intervention. Such knowledge is not readily accessible to the individual, so it would be unreasonable to expect anyone to be able to make decisions based on the full range of the community's knowledge. The assumption behind the advocacy of the free market is that the consumer can fully incorporate all known side effects into their decision-making. That assumption is patently false. Secondly, and as importantly, even if the individual has sufficient knowledge to make an informed judgment, the market with its inequalities will quite often deny him/her the choice he/she wishes to make. In addressing the inequality in the marketplace, governments face enormous rearguard action from those suppliers which have large. The case for regulation in the 1990s 59. Vested interests in preventing any progressive reform. Sadly, in our past, too many governments on the conservative side of politics have caved into that action and, at best, accepted hollow promises of self-regulation. We have to keep in mind the need for government to regulate what items are sold and how they are sold. We also need to ensure mechanisms to provide effective consumer redress. The legal system is cost prohibitive. A right is meaningless unless it can be asserted and enforced. We need mechanisms such as class actions and small claims tribunals to empower individuals to pursue their rights. Alternative redress mechanisms are vitally important. The Banking Ombudsman, which I ensured was introduced during my period as Consumer Affairs Minister, provides an important mechanism through which consumers can assert their rights. Environment. Environmental policy is inevitably interventionist. There is no market mechanism which would prevent destruction of the environment. The market does not put a price on environmental resources. It is easy to put a price on trees as timber. But that price will not take into account that tree's value as a mechanism for preventing soil erosion, a home for rare animals, birds, or insects, as a store of carbon dioxide that may otherwise add to the greenhouse effect, as part of a diminishing species of forested area, or even as an aesthetic beauty. Because the market cannot price environmental resources, the economy is skewed in favor of things that can be marketed. In a proposal to mine a wilderness area, it is easy for the miner to point to the proposed mine's jobs and productive output and calculate these values. A wilderness has no costed output which can be weighed against these hard economic facts. The market cannot put a price on wilderness as wilderness. Even when there are interests such as tourism which rely on selling the natural environment, markets tend to be interested in short-term profits, not the long-term viability of an environmental resource. The free market sees the answer to these problems in better definitions of ownership. If, for example, tradable pollution rights were created over discharges into rivers, companies would have an economic incentive to stay within and even lower the productions of pollutants in order to be able to trade the rights that they have not used. Often, however, it is impossible to use private enterprise in this way. Take the example of the ozone layer, where establishing ownership is too difficult and diffuse to be practical. 60i. The other answer is to better cost products and services to reflect their true cost, including their environmental impact. As Heilbronner has said, the system's heralded efficiency is in part the consequence of fobbing off the costs onto the hapless public, instead of billing the guilty producer for them. Raising the price of electricity may encourage consumers to switch off their lights, or it may simply leave them with less money to spend. It may also run counter to other free market imperatives. A moment's reflection is sufficient to suggest that a private supplier motivated solely by profit is likely to want to expand the market for electricity as fast as possible. Conservation strategies, such as encouraging efficiency in usage and cogeneration of electricity using waste industrial heat, may run counter to the commercial interests of suppliers. This sort of problem is not confined to electricity. The suppliers of many products we should be attempting to conserve have interests which run directly counter to the need for conservation. Recycling is also at issue here. Recycling of a material is often not in the interest of the original suppliers of the material. But recycling also throws up issues to do with the management of waste, collection strategies, and the recycling job itself. Market solutions are often an imperfect way of achieving our environmental objectives, and often have undesirable side effects. Had we used price mechanisms to deal with the problems of lead in petrol, we would have put most of the burden, or at least a substantial part of it, on people with modest incomes living in the western suburbs of Melbourne and Sydney. While the real need is to tackle the way our cities work, transport links with outer suburbs, housing styles and densities and similar problems, the market is likely to work slowly, if at all, in challenging the structure of our cities, which reflect a history of cheap energy, lack of concern for the environment and single-income families. However, the market can be relied upon to punish those who suffer locational and other disadvantages following from our history of urban development. Further, changing the way the market prices goods still cannot put a price on products which have no market, like wilderness. It is for this reason that some have suggested using contingent valuations, where the price people nominate what they would be prepared to pay to keep wilderness, as wilderness is used when balancing this option against development proposals. The problem is that contingent valuations do the case for regulation in the 1990s 61. Not have a real-world quality and are dismissed or devalued when placed against the hard market facts, and criticized as rationalizations of political decisions. This clearly happened in the recent case of the contingent valuation study of Coronation Hill carried out by the Resource Assessment System. Finally, it must be recognized that some environmental problems are irreversible. Any attempt by the market to put a sensible price on irreversible damage is all but impossible. The environment is a prime example of an area where political action has to take the place of market solutions. The recent calls by the leader of the opposition, John Hewson, for an independent central bank in Australia to replace the present structure of the Reserve Bank, raise some important issues. The concept of wanting to leave a critical influence over our economy to a body completely unaccountable to the Parliament or the people says a lot more about Dr. Hewson than it does anything else. Paul Keating has pointed out that such an important element of the economic management of the country must necessarily be subject to the influence of democratic processes. The opposition's line harks back to the American public choice theorists of the 1980s who regard the state as corrupted by the democratic process through the influence of interest groups. The policy response of this sort of critique of society is, to delimit the area in society subject to democracy. At best this represents some sort of return to Plato's philosopher kings, at worst it is arbitrary and capricious rule by people with little or no interest in social and economic justice. Everything else would be subject to the workings of the market in which the wealth and power of certain individuals and corporations replaces the equal votes of all in a democracy. In the case of the Reserve Bank and the management of the financial system as a whole, it is critical that there remains democratic control over the direction of our national savings and the terms and conditions under which those savings are allocated. The government has been having discussions with superannuation funds about how to invest workers' contributions more directly in the national interest. Equally, if not more important, is the relationship between individuals and the banking/financial system. The labor movement has always been rightly suspicious of big financial institutions. There is a tremendous difference in the power of the bank or financial institution and the ordinary people who need to deal with them. While there may be more competition in the financial sector, this is a market in which 62 people do not trade at arm's length. We can easily compare the different prices and quality of the apples and pears on offer in the marketplace, and we can easily avoid a particular seller if for any reason we think the deal is unsatisfactory. With banks, however, there is a limited choice. Among large institutions which operate in almost identical ways, no one can be said to even approach the power of the bank in a consumer transaction, or indeed one in most other transactions involving businesses. It is not that easy for people to change banks. Comparisons are difficult because of the complexity of information, and devices like establishment charges have the effect of discouraging a captive customer from leaving the bank-customer relationship. Competition between the banks has not taken place by way of fairer or more open contractual terms between banks and customers. There is certainly an area where the government needs to take action. It represents another area where the federal government has been driving an interventionist agenda for some 3 years from the consumer affairs portfolio. Conclusion. We have seen over the years that our ability to challenge the interests of the wealthy and powerful and promote the interests of the weak and underprivileged depends almost entirely on regulating the behavior of the former in the interests of the latter. That is why there has been so much heat in the debate over regulation in the 1980s. The labor movement has learned a good deal from that debate. Not all regulation is defensible, and there is no case for regulation for its own sake. Indeed, regulation may not always be used in progressive ways. Our political opponents have not been averse to using regulation to pursue their own ends when it suits them. The case against regulation is the proposition that the unfettered invisible hand of the market will provide the best allocation of society's resources. At the time of Adam Smith, that proved a useful argument against the heavy-handed and arbitrary allocation of trading and other economic rights granted by royal decree and the other remnants of feudal structures. Smith also gave us some important warnings about the newly emerging capitalist class. The debate has moved on considerably since the need to develop a rhetoric to remove the vestiges of feudalism. The same arguments certainly cannot be used to argue against the legitimate desire of the case for regulation in the 1990s. 63. Democracy to protect itself from the market abuses and inequities which would otherwise characterize mature capitalism. We in Australia have been protected from much of the theology in its purest form by the presence of a federal Labor government which in an historical sense will be seen to have often balanced the real need to deregulate with other policy considerations. The government has often recognized the downside of strict adherence to the deregulatory agenda. No doubt regulation has become a dirty word in some circles. What is disturbing is that although many of those who once advocated deregulation are now prepared to admit to its negative consequences, this has not led them to question the premises of the theology, but rather to blame the speed at which deregulation occurred or the effect of factors external to the market. The market itself is exonerated. As Robert Heilbroner has written, the most extravagant papal dispensations pale into insignificance compared with the blanket pardon accorded to the workings of the market, whose every outcome has been, at one time or another, justified as the product of the invisible hand. Society is often left facing the choice between democratic control over outcomes versus the anarchistic results of free market avarice and greed. Our major concerns should remain the enhancement of living standards and the life chances of those not naturally advantaged by market relationships. The achievement of a progressive social and economic agenda requires that government introduces legislation and regulations directed towards achieving this end. The market is not effective in the protection of general social interests. The private sector, left to its own devices, allocates resources to users and individuals at variance from general social interests. Regulation is essentially part of the process through which people collectively decide how they should live in a modern society and the way they should trade off the various values represented in society. Regulation of society is as old as government itself. The aim for the 1990s should be to ensure that the regulatory structure is up to date and working in a progressive manner, towards social and economic justice at national and international levels. 64. Market intervention and public enterprise. Peter Baldwin ***. The subject of these essays, Reinventing Socialism, is timely. As a member of the labor left, I believe it is essential that we make an intellectually honest attempt to come to grips with the significance of recent developments, not least those in Eastern Europe, and to look at the implications of those for the case for socialism. It is clear, for example, that it is no longer credible to make the case for public enterprise simply in terms of its inherent ideological virtue. Rather, when we advocate public enterprise, we need to adopt a practical approach, one which focuses on the specific benefits that public ownership can confer. We need to focus our attention on areas where the private market economy is failing to realize labor's social, economic and environmental goals. The internal ALP debate about public enterprise in some ways exemplifies the wrong approach to debating these issues. On the one hand, from the right, we have a push for privatization largely driven by the prospect of essentially cosmetic fiscal benefits from the sale of public assets. On the other hand, from sections of the left, there has been a tendency to treat the existing structure of public enterprise in this country as inviolate, a position impossible to justify in logical terms. Chapter based on a speech delivered November 1990. 65. 66. Background. It is obvious that Australia faces severe economic problems. Unemployment has blown out unacceptably, and the deficit on the current account of the balance of payments, and hence external indebtedness, remains stubbornly high. As well as meeting these economic challenges, the government faces the continuing task of designing and implementing policies to achieve labor's social justice and environmental protection goals. Of course, we cannot solve all the problems and achieve all our objectives by means of industry policy and public enterprise activities alone. Obviously, macroeconomic policies, monetary, fiscal and incomes policies are at center stage in dealing with our broad economic problems. There is a respectable argument coming from some sections of academia that the current account deficit may not be the problem we assume it to be. This argument is that, with the public sector in structural surplus, all the deficit reflects is private sector decisions, and there really is no case for macroeconomic policy action. To the extent that this argument is valid, then it would be hardly surprising that there are difficulties in solving a non-problem. But regardless of this point, it is obvious that Australia be a more dynamic, efficient, growing economy, and that international competitiveness in both export and import competing terms must be a big part of that. Many arms of policy must be and are devoted to this objective. As well as macro policies, these include the various components of industry policy, science policy, and education and training policy. Policies with respect to government business enterprises must also be so directed. Indeed, this has been recognized as the major focus of so-called microeconomic reform has been on the ownership and operation of such enterprises. I do not object to this. The pattern and nature of public enterprise needs to evolve over time with changing economic, social, and environmental circumstances and priorities. But this process should not all be one way, and should not be driven by narrow ideology from either the right or the left or by artificial accounting conventions. Rather, the process should be driven by an appreciation of the role such enterprises can play in enhancing the operation of a market economy and in meeting social and environmental objectives. 67. Market failures. It must never be assumed that so-called free markets, on their own, necessarily produce the best outcome even in economic terms, never mind in social and environmental terms. It is obvious that private markets fail in many circumstances. These circumstances include so-called externalities, where a third party is affected by a market transaction which has not been adequately factored into market-based decisions. Pollution is the most common example. An example of an externality is in the market for information, broadly defined. The cost of producing information, and the difficulty of recouping that cost, means that in the absence of government intervention, the private sector will fail to produce an adequate range of information. This is the basic rationale for our entire education system, public libraries, public research and development programs, and support for private sector research and development. A second area of market failure relates to the terms of competition. Some markets are natural monopolies, which means that the optimal scale of production is best undertaken by only one firm. In smaller nations, these almost inevitably will include basic infrastructure such as rail networks, the telecommunications network, and electricity grids. There is a clear case for public ownership of natural monopolies to prevent private abuse of monopoly power. Of course, a natural monopoly does not need the additional protection of legislated monopoly status. In some other cases where the natural monopoly argument is less clear, there is a case for public enterprise to provide competition to what would otherwise be private monopolies or oligopolies. This is one rationale for public ownership of the Commonwealth Bank. GBEs that are established for this reason can be considered to be market conforming. They are not meant to do anything fundamentally different from private sector corporations, although the opportunity to set a better example for private enterprise should be taken. GBEs established for other reasons, however, are meant to be market diverging, and so cannot be made subject to all the same requirements as private sector organizations. Finally, a major form of market failure that is not sufficiently recognized results from the very short time horizons of Australian 68 business managers and actors in the Australian economy more generally. While politicians often get priced for not thinking beyond the next election, far too many Australian business managers don't think much beyond the next company annual report. A survey of Australian company managers not long ago, for example, showed they tend to focus on a time period of 6 to 9 months, much less than in the economies held up as examples of economic success, such as Japan. Causes for this include management culture, economic fluctuations, and the lack of the long-term relationships that characterize Japanese business, for example. Regardless of the cause, the lack of patient capital is a market failure that provides a clear justification for public capital formation through mechanisms such as the Australian Industries Development Corporation. An intelligent strategic approach to policy development requires us to prioritize the areas where these market failures apply and consider appropriate policy responses. Those policy responses will vary from case to case. In some instances, fiscal measures, taxes, or subsidies will be appropriate. In others, regulation. And in others, public enterprise will be the best way to go. The role of public enterprise. One point that emerges from this discussion is that public enterprise should be more prominent at the leading edge of technological change. A dynamic public enterprise policy will involve constantly shifting the pattern of public enterprise towards newer technologies. For this reason, government ownership of a domestic airline was more appropriate to the 1940s and 1950s than it is today. Decisions of this kind should be based on a practical assessment of policy objectives and the best way of achieving them. They should not be based on simple ideology. Neither public enterprise nor privatization are ends in themselves, they are only means to the achievement of labor's broader goals. Nor should these decisions be based on false signals arising from artificial accounting conventions. The International Accounting Convention is that proceeds of privatization as a return on equity are recorded as a negative outlay. With a firm fiscal policy required, that makes the budget outcome look better. That is the accounting convention adopted in Australia. However, this is purely cosmetic. The purchase price will be raised on private capital markets and the economic effect of that fundraising. 69. Will exactly balance and cancel out the economic effect of the extra budget surplus. The artificiality of the convention of recording privatizations as negative outlays is shown by the fact that the proceeds of disposing of an investment are not shown as negative outlays, that is, they are reported as financing transaction which do not affect the recorded surplus. So sale of Australian Airlines will be a negative outlay, but the sale of the primary industry bank in 1987-88 was a financing transaction. The difference is purely semantic. Moreover, the public resources that are alleged to be tied up in GBEs reflect the flow of dividends from those enterprises. If dividends are inadequate, an enterprise's financial performance can be improved, as shown by the government's success in increasing dividends from Commonwealth trading enterprises from $12 million in 1982-83 to a budgeted $433 million in 1990-91.4. Of course, some organizations may not be capable of generating an appropriate return on assets. That springs to mind as one example. Equally, dividend receipts from enterprises are reflected in their sale price on privatization. In short, there is no fiscal argument for privatization and no fiscal argument against privatization. Each case must be judged on its merits in terms of the best practical way to achieve economic, social, and environmental objectives in changing circumstances. What are the practical implications of this discussion? First, there may be areas where some contraction of public enterprise is, acceptable instances which arise where the enterprise concerned is not the best way of countering a market failure, or where there is no market failure. Underscore even here, however, I emphasize that I am not advocating privatization that should only be undertaken where there is reason to believe that an enterprise will operate more satisfactorily in private hands than in public ownership. There is no reason to expect that this will generally be so. Let us examine cases where privatization may be acceptable. The most obvious example is the airlines. Private sector organizations are clearly more than willing to provide airline services. The most powerful argument for keeping Australian Airlines in public hands is the competition it provides to ANZIT, and there are other ways of achieving this objective. Other examples are those related to natural monopolies. For example, while the electricity grid is a natural monopoly, power stations are not. It is not essential that all power stations be publicly 70 owned. Indeed, there are potential economic and environmental copyright benefits from greater industry cogeneration and possibly the use of alternative, small-scale, power generation technologies. When Stuart West was Minister for Administrative Services, he increased the proportion of contracting out to 98% for the construction of government buildings, 40% for project design, and 90% for removals and associated storage. Of course, as Stuart West also recognized, this should cut both ways. Just as there is no reason to oppose contracting out where it can offer better value, there is no reason not to allow public agencies from tendering for private sector work. Another instance that needs to be looked at in at least some states are the forestry commissions. Those commissions are too often a conduit for implicit subsidies to the forestry industry at considerable environmental cost. On the other hand, most existing public enterprise operations can and should be defended. Public enterprise must be defended where it undertakes activities that the private sector would, on its own, underfund. Logic suggests that in such cases there should be no restriction on private sector competition. Far from wanting to protect XRO, for example, the government is actively encouraging private sector research and development efforts. I am responsible for two such areas: the Commonwealth Employment Service and the higher education system. Both these areas are under threat from the coalition. In the case of the CES, the opposition took into the last election and continues to support a policy of a 25% funding cut, including a substantial degree of privatization degree. In contrast, the Labour government is increasing CES resources to enable the unemployed and the disabled to become full participants in the workforce and wider society. The Liberals want to expand the sources of funding available to universities. In their peers this means fees. Their motive is purely ideological. I am in favor of an increased role for industry in education, but not if it compromises institutional autonomy and academic freedom, or if it compromises our policy of enhancing access and participation by disadvantaged groups. The clear thrust of liberal thinking in FES areas must be rejected. I think we need to go beyond defending public enterprise to extending public enterprise in appropriate areas. Defending what exists now, 71, is intellectually easy. The real challenge is to identify areas for the expansion of public enterprise. As noted above, one of the areas of greatest market failure is in the process of developing new technologies. Direct government support for research and development is provided in many ways, including the XRO, the universities, the primary industry R&D corporations, and the tax concession. The problem is not Australia's basic research CPAAR is impressive. Rather, the problem is in commercializing research results. One of the major reasons for this is the lack of patient capital, which I referred to earlier. Existing institutions such as the XRO Company, XRTech, the various university companies, and the primary industry R&D corporations should be encouraged to address this issue of commercialization. I suggest that we should consider establishing a public capital base for the commercialization process. At the very least, we should enhance the role of the AIDC. Another not mutually exclusive option would be to create a new innovations corporation with both a capital base and a capacity to acquire, hold, and license patents. A third option would be to create some specific new public enterprises in individual areas. An example I have in mind relates to energy. There is major potential for a new renewable energy corporation, possibly growing out of the energy R&D corporation by the addition of a significant funding base to the R&D effort that is being undertaken. Moreover, I believe we should look to the state electricity authorities to take a broader approach by encouraging energy efficiency, not just electricity consumption. I welcome, for example, the decision of the NSW Electricity Commission to participate in the Solar Research Centre at the University of New South Wales. In particular, those authorities should take a leading role in encouraging highly energy-efficient appliances just as they encouraged the early spread of electrical appliances throughout the household sector. Of course, public enterprise activities will not play the major role in addressing environmental problems. A much bigger role will be played by appropriate fiscal and regulatory measures. There are major potential economic gains from such measures. It is becoming increasingly recognized, for example, that high standards can provide economic advantages through the spur to innovation they require and the consequential industry development that can result. Arranging ways to make money out of protecting the environment is a surefire way to get the environment protected, although that is only a Reinventing Socialism component. There may be other opportunities for public enterprise, such as through the state national park services, in this area. Finally, we must address the problem of management short-sightedness through the development of a more substantial venture capital market. This market did expand in Australia from $2 million in 1983 to $950 million in 1989, partly because of the stimulus provided by the tax-subsidized management and investment companies. The other major institution we have is the AIDC, whose role should be expanded. I always find it remarkable how little attention was given to the part privatization of this enterprise in the privatization debate. The AIDC is a public financial enterprise whose current primary purpose is to correct for the failure of the Australian capital market to channel sufficient funds into relatively long-term investments needed for industry restructuring. This is obviously a very major contemporary policy concern, and one that the private market economy has clearly failed to address. Yet the debate on this at the 1988 ALP National Conference was perfunctory at best. All the attention was devoted to the airlines. Clearly, with more and more of our national savings being directed copyright through superannuation funds, this source needs to be tapped for venture capital purposes. If the funds fail to act themselves, we should consider some policy alternative, possibly including a government-backed fund of funds, or a mechanism enveloping the AIDC, or a tax incentive. Conclusion. We are reaching the limits of the level playing field approach to industry policy that the government has adopted to date. Consequently, industry policy is back on the agenda. My argument is that the role of public enterprise should ae as prominently as other measures in our policy responses. We need to reverse the current obsession with endless public sector contraction. We need to be prepared to use public enterprises as one of a range of public policy tools to tackle economic problems. The public enterprise sector must not be conceived as a static edifice, but must be capable of evolving to meet new social, economic and environmental priorities. Only on this basis will it be possible to put the case for socialism on a genuinely contemporary footing. 73. J.D. Pitchford, does Australia really have a current account problem? May 1989. Booz, Allen and Hamilton, Globalization Implications for Australian Business 1990-91 Budget Statements, p.7.15 1990-91 Budget Statements, p.4.48. Hansard, October 26, 1989, p.1960. Liberal and National Parties, Economic Action Plan, October 1989 and press release by P. Reith MP, July 9, 1990. Amory Lovins, Earthworm, ABC Radio National, April 25, 1990. Michael Porter, The Competitive Advantage of Nations, New York, 1990. 6. Expunging the Reagan Terror from the Australian Taxation System. Duncan Kerr. I may be, as David Clark alleged, an old socialist, but for many decades vast numbers of people who were not socialist or even Labour voters believed in a progressive income tax. Has our society become as morally corrupted by Gordon Geckos that it can no longer believe that? Senator Peter Walsh. The Reagan Terror. Throughout the English-speaking Western world, the 1980s was a decade of resurgent laissez-faire capitalism and growing inequality. Former U.S. President Coolidge's picture was back in the White House while Reagan, Thatcher, and a host of neoconservative leaders coasted to victory on platforms of small government and lower taxes. Under Reagan, the top personal tax bracket dropped from 70% to 28% in just 7 years. George F. Will wrote, if Marx had been scribbling away in the Library of Congress in January 1981 as Reaganites marched into Washington, he would have said, the class struggle is about to intensify. During the Reagan Terror, labor will lose ground to capital. 75. 76. The Reagan Terror was an international phenomenon driven and underpinned by the neoconservative ideology of smaller neo-interventionist government, wealth creation, and trickle-down economics. Tax reduction supporters predicted a surge in savings, venture capital, and entrepreneurism. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the temptation, represented by their policies, was irresistible for middle-class voters who found themselves squeezed by bracket creep and resentful of often ill-targeted government expenditure. For much of the 1980s, election after election, in country after country, was decided essentially on the issue of which party offered larger tax cuts coupled with the least objectionable cuts to the public sector. Not surprisingly, Australia's Labour governments, in office during all but the first 2 years of the 1980s, were influenced by the mood of its times and by the dominance of neoconservative ideology in the United States, the United Kingdom and the other English-speaking intellectual sources of opinion and information. Labour's instincts on social questions, however, led it away from the worst excesses of the Reagan and Thatcher administrations. Left Minister, Brian Howe, exemplified Labour's dynamics and tensions. Conceding the desirability of neoconservative macroeconomic policy settings, Howe successfully argued the case for a social justice strategy to target social expenditure better and ensure the ongoing viability of key income support progress which would otherwise have been at risk. Nonetheless, the macro settings predictably contributed to the same overall growth in inequality in Australia as had similar tax cut/small government policies in the rest of the Western world. Indeed, an uncharitable commentator could claim that the majority of elected Labour members in Australia behaved as Phillips characterised the majority of elected Democrats in the United States during the 1980s: cowed, conformist and often supporters of the prevailing entrepreneurial, free market mood. Income tax and social policy. An illustrative example of Australian policy settings during the 1980s is the case of income tax. The significance of income tax has changed over the last decade or so. Income tax steadily increased in importance as a government revenue-raising tool during the 1980s, with its share rising from 63% of total revenue in 1980 to 81 to 69% in 1989 to 90. The expected revenue from income tax in 1990 to 91 is $69,850 million, with individuals expunging the Reagan Terror from the Australian taxation system 77. Contributing $54,384 million, of which $48,000 million is PAYE. It is relevant to note that prior to the 1980s, attitudes to income taxes in Australia strongly reflected a broad political consensus that progressive taxation will lessen the disparity of fortunes and prevent the excessive accumulation of wealth. Given that income tax is so important to revenue, it was interesting to read Senator Peter Walsh's Cassandra column in the Australian Financial Review of September 11, 1990, which pointed out that over the last 15 years the average tax rates paid on up to 200% of average weekly earnings and especially on very low incomes have gone up substantially since the mid to late 1970s. Average rates paid by those on higher incomes have come down dramatically. Table 1 Average tax paid. Selected incomes, 1975-76 to 1989-90, single taxpayer. Average tax rates on proportions of average weekly earnings: average weekly 50 PE 100 PE 200 PE 400 PC 800 PE. Year earnings $_1975 to 76 158.10 10.5 ZY 33:347.356.2 1977 to 78 195.209.5 21.1 PE on we 4453.6 1979 to 8230.90 E WOS IS 02 EO 0 1981 to 82 303.50 15.0 2339 33.8 46.0 53.0 1983 to 84 366.50 16.0 232 35.5 BES 54.0 1985 to 86 416.30 May 24 5 and 38.8 List due for 1987 to 88 470.90 Lopez 25.030 MASE 46.6 1989 to 9542.00 147 DOS Breer 1 equals my 42.3 45.8 Sources ABS CAD. NOS. .6301.0.6302.0 Budget Papers. Compiled at request by the Statistics Group of the Parliamentary Bench Service. Low be fair capital gains tax, fringe benefits tax and substantiation have increased the overall tax burden on the higher income levels. There has, however, been only limited impact of these measures in overall terms of horizontal equity. In some cases companies have cashed out the fringe benefits, in others they are paying the FBT and including a notional amount against the executive packages they pay. That fringe benefits are now zealily costing companies can be seen by the increase in payments against the tax of $178 million between 1988 to 89 and 1989 to 90. This means that at least fringe benefits are attracting tax. But the imposition of the FBT whilst collecting revenue has not in most cases diminished the benefits of particular individuals. For these reasons, one of the difficulties inherent in Labour's partial co-option during the 1980s neoconservative era is that it conspicuously failed to fight for the high ground on tax. Labour competed with the Liberals to cut upper bracket and corporate taxes. It repeatedly drew the trade union movement into regressive wage tax trade-offs. Thus the 1980s saw Labour implicitly endorse neoconservative ideology. The average worker's position weakened while at the same time corporate profit shares increased. The polarization between rich and poor grew. This implicit adoption of a fight-to-the-bottom strategy on tax followed by Labour during the 1980s has compromised its political strategy and goes to the heart of its challenge in countering the appeal of Dr. Hewson's neo-laissez-faire policies. The Liberal National Party's manifesto Fight Back Volley Taxation and Expenditure Reform for Jobs and Growth, places the current opposition unambiguously in the mainstream of 1980s neoconservative thinking. It proposes slashing personal income tax by about 30% or reducing the top marginal rate by about 17% or from 49 cents to IS introducing a 15% or goods and services tax cutting the public sector by 10% or but with some offsets so that net expenditure savings of $4 billion will be achieved after GST compensation measures are accounted for. The opposition predicts these policies will result in a surge of savings, venture capitalism, and entrepreneurism. Labour has responded by prophesying more inflation and mounting inequality. The lessons of the 1980s are plain when such policies have been implemented. Saving rates will not increase, speculation or bubble entrepreneurism will, as will inequality. There is simply no possibility of Labour caning these ultra-conservative clothes and outflanking the coalition from the right. If Labour is to compete, it can only do so by reclaiming the middle ground, differentiating itself by conceding that a decisive break from the laissez-faire policy settings of the last decade is required and recapturing the high ground on the tax debate. We must respond to the challenge Peter Walsh has rhetorically posed because Dr. Hewson has gambled that Australians have become so morally corrupt by Gordon expunging the Reagan terror from the Australian taxation system 79. Geckos that they no longer believe in a progressive income tax. A big fight back of our own is needed. To do so, we will have to articulate our rationale for a fair taxation system. Tax policy, tax politics. Governments need to raise revenue, and that this is the most important role of taxation. Taxation, however, is also used as a vehicle for the redistribution of income within society. The government's 1985 draft white paper on reform of the Australian taxation system provides the following definition of equity in a taxation system. Equity, or fairness, has two dimensions. Horizontal equity, which means that people in similar economic circumstances should be treated similarly, and registered vertical equity, which means that people in different situations should be treated differently, with those who are better off bearing a greater share of the tax burden. A tax which places significantly different burdens on taxpayers in similar economic circumstances is manifestly unfair. The government's taxation policy program that is administered by the Treasurer has as its objective to ensure that taxation revenues are raised in a manner consistent with the objectives of economic efficiency, horizontal and vertical equity, cost efficiency, and the government's social and economic objectives *. The problem is not with these laudable goals but with how far we have moved away from these objectives in practice. Consider the actual incidence of taxation on wealth. This table 2 shows a marked regressivity until very high level of wealth holding are reached. Similarly, Mark Lombard, in a technically flawed but seminal analysis of shifts in inequality of income, suggests taxation policy has further widened the already significant income gap between rich and poor, and the UN's Development Programme's 1991 Human Development Report suggests, by comparing the income share of the highest 20% of income earners to the lowest 20%, that Australia has the most unequal distribution of income of any Western country. 80. Table 2. Average effective tax rates, by wealth. Percentile. Group percent of wealth held tax rates. 0 to 29 minus 0.1, 0.11, 30 to 39 OA, 0.0640 to 49I, 0.0250 to 59 nights, 0.0260 to 69 8.5, 0.0270 to 79 12.3, 0.0380 to 89 16.8, 0.0490 to 94 do, 0.0695 to 98 lay, 00709 T00 Elon SAE 205 T0E. Sources: Tax Rates 1986 ABS figures compiled at request by the Economics and Consumer Group Parliamentary Research Services. But despite these negative conclusions, the tax system, coupled with the benefits it funds, still is the main engine of wealth redistribution in Australia. This is illustrated by the recent survey of household incomes by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. For example, in 1988 to 89, the period surveyed, the net effect of benefits and taxes was to increase the average weekly private income of the lowest income group, the 10% of households with the lowest income, from -$1.05 to an average weekly final income of $146.74. By contrast, the average weekly private income of the highest 10% was reduced from $1,665.44 to an average weekly final income of $1227.68*. Thus, despite the decline in the progressivity of the tax system over the past decade, taxes still matter profoundly. All this suggests that there must be a significant untapped political constituency ready to be won back by a party prepared to argue that the rich should pay a greater, not a lesser share. By necessity, Labour will have to attack Dr. Hewson's GST proposals. They are plainly inequitable. A consumption tax cannot differentiate amongst individuals on the basis of income. It impacts when people spend and, as all data consistently shows, the proportion of disposable income consumed declines as income rises. A consumption tax is therefore a regressive tax hitting the poor harder than the rich. But do we have the high ground on income tax? Sadly, after 8 years of Labour government, the answer is not a clear one. Head and Kerr conclude their analysis of the current income tax system by expunging the Reagan terror from the Australian taxation system 81. Asserting, for all practical purposes, as the Warren studies show, the existing Australian taxation system is thus already effectively flat rate over a very broad income range. How then can we make the SES fairer? What measures ought we advocate? There are two proposals that immediately spring to mind. The first is to make income tax more progressive in order to ensure that, at the higher levels of income, adequate and fair tax is paid. This can be done by indexing the rate thresholds and by introducing higher rates for significantly higher incomes. The second is to look at the notion of taxing wealth. Australia is one of the few Western countries that does not have a tax on wealth. Making income tax more progressive. The problem with making adjustments to income tax stems from its success as a revenue raiser. If income tax is to remain the principal source of receipts for government, difficulties will arise in deciding on rates because a large number of taxpayers fall into the middle income group. Modest changes to the middle ground lead to significant changes in total revenue. Some opposed to progressive tax scales contended that to raise tax rates or to leave them at their present levels provides a disincentive. More specifically, they argue high rates of income tax adversely affect work effort and discourage risk-taking generally. There is little evidence to support such contentions. Rate flattening and rate reduction, as the OECD pointed out, may be pleasing and enthralling to politicians and average high-income taxpayers alike, but such satisfaction cannot be attributed to the demonstrated growth and productivity sequence of this politically palatable policy. Degree registered. It is nonsense to suggest that in higher income groups there will be a disincentive to working harder if marginal rates of taxation are progressive past the present thresholds. As can be seen from Table 3, there were 58,684 taxpayers in the group $100,000 and over. We can only be sure that higher rates would be a disincentive to these people if in fact it is net disposable income that is important to them. It is likely that there are other factors driving their working patterns rather than simply money. Money may be a measure of success, but also our power, prestige, and position in the community. 82. Table 3, taxpayers per income group, 1988-89. Grade of taxable income number. Under 35,000, 6,804,556. 35,000 to 39,999 s 47,592 40,000 to 49,999 300 and 60,542 degrees 50,000 to 99,999 274,843 100,000 and over 58,684. Source: Taxation Statistics 1988-89. It is apparent that the rates were originally reduced to encourage compliance with and to discourage avoidance of legitimate taxation liabilities. Whether this is sound thinking is doubted by Peter Grenuegen, who states that, for example, when maximum marginal income tax rates were 34.5% in 1925, there were just as many fears about evasion and avoidance of income tax then as there were at double the rates. We should therefore look at indexing taxation thresholds to lessen the effect of fiscal drag and to also consider readjusting rates so that there is progressivity through the higher income ranges to some upper figure which is not a psychological barrier. That would inject some progressivity back into the system and place our attack on the opposition's GST proposals within a defensible and politically acceptable alternative taxation strategy. A tax on wealth. Australia has not always been free of a tax on wealth. Until the late 1970s, Australia had both state and federal estate duties. These disappeared progressively after Queensland decided to do away with such duties in a move designed to attract wealthy retirees from the southern states. It should be noted that Australia raises a proportion of total revenue from state land taxes and local government rates about 5% according to the 1985 Treasury Draft White Paper on Taxation 1985. This amount is significant in comparison with other OECD countries. It does little, however, to make the taxation system fairer or more progressive. With the repeal of death duties, with no compensating tax on wealth, went any semblance of a commitment to the notion of fairness within the taxation system. There will be considerable opposition to any introduction of a wealth. Expunging the Reagan terror from the Australian taxation system. 83. Tax in Australia, especially amongst the groups that are likely to be adversely affected. This opposition is borne out by a survey carried out by the Committee for Economic Development of Australia. The survey was directed to CETA trustees and 170 responses were received. The response group was not representative of the general public but was of business leaders and academics, as these are the main groups belonging to CETA. However, the debate on whether a wealth tax should be introduced is neither dead nor academic, given the interest raised by speeches made by Barry Jones and myself introducing a private member's resolution into the House of Representatives. This called on the government to collect and publish national statistical information regarding the distribution of wealth in Australia and to commission a study to consider measures available to reduce the inequality of wealth distribution in Australia. The Australian Democrats also raised interest with their alternative budget 1990, in which a proposal for a wealth tax was put forward in the following terms. Australia has a vastly unequal distribution of wealth. The wealthiest 1% of society owns 20% of the total wealth. Little or no tax is paid on these assets. Such a situation is grossly inequitable, especially where no estate or gift duties apply. Accordingly, a net wealth tax of 1% is to be imposed on all individuals. A general exemption of $1 million will apply, thereby exempting 99% of the population but taxing individuals on net wealth in excess of this amount. An additional exemption of $500,000 will apply to family farms registered. In a paper to the Victorian Fabian Society, Robert Ray summed up the situation very well in stating, "Yet accumulated income in the form of capital is for all socialists, at least part of the source of many social injustices. A direct result of the hidden nature of much of Australian wealth is the increasingly unrealistic sustenance given to the myth of Australian egalitarianism." Registered. To tax wealth, it is of course necessary to know what the distribution of wealth is in Australia. There is only sketchy knowledge to date. It will be of interest to the great bulk of Australians to note the article on wealth appearing in the Treasury's 1990 Summer Economic Round. 84. _up. This article shows that net private wealth in Australia stands at approximately $1,269 billion, which is the equivalent of $74,400 per capita. This would have the model family holding $297,600 in net wealth. One could excuse many Australian families for asking, where is our share? Labor would be on firm intellectual and fertile political ground were it to put forward proposals for a wealth tax with the following features. The tax would only be on wealth for assets worth over $1 million for that portion over $1 million. It is contended that for most wage and salary earners the accumulation of $1 million of net assets is arithmetically impossible, and even for relatively high wage earners it is uncommon. The rate should be progressive, thresholds set at appropriate levels. Consideration might be given to higher thresholds for rural holdings. Conclusion. Labour's leadership, for very sound and practical reasons, no longer believes in the neoconservative intellectual baggage of the 1980s. It is, however, still deeply admired by its former advocacy and needs to redefine its objectives. Nowhere is this need more crucial than in the area of tax policy, where our long competition with the Liberal or National Party for lower taxes and smaller government has left a legacy of increasing inequality and compromised our capacity to maximize our attack on Dr. John Hewson's ultra-conservative Fight Back Manifesto. Labour's main chance is to rediscover its ideological distinctiveness. Had Dr. Hewson been opposition leader in 1987, his Fight Back manifesto might have appeared credible, fresh and mainstream. But since the toppling of the bonds and SCASES, the fascination of the media and the public with crass excess has waned. Worldwide neoconservatism has failed and is being widely seen to have failed. Reagan and Thatcher have left the stage. Their successors are trying to escape recessions that have taken the gloss from neoconservatism and revealed its true, deeply inegalitarian, nature. Dr. Hewson is one of the few true believers left and, most readings suggest, an inflexible one. Labor must be moving on. The outlines of a new labor approach are becoming visible. Expunging the Reagan terror from the Australian taxation system. 85. By being in government, Labor spared Australia the worst of the excesses of the 1980s. Unlike many countries, we have come through the decade with a decent health system, a fair and compassionate social security system, and the beginnings of a superannuation system that can be the basis of a sustainable retirement income policy. Now we can slough the skin of that decade and leave behind the Liberal/National Party who appear trapped in the past. One measure of our capacity to reinvent ourselves will be whether we can build around popular theories of fairness and equity in the tax system. As John Howard said in another context, the times should suit us. 7. A centenary of Catholic school teaching and Australian democracy. Michael Tate. Australia del Espiritu Santo was the name given by the Portuguese explorer de Quiros to the unknown land mass to the south. He never did discover this Australia del Espiritu Santo, but the Southland of the Holy Spirit in 1891 became a land in which workers and Democrats would determine to achieve nonviolent social change to better the condition of the working classes, the formal title of the encyclical Rerum Novarum issued by Pope Leo XIII on May 15, 1891. On May 1, 1991, the Pope of our own era, Pope John Paul II, issued his encyclical celebrating 100 years of the social teaching of the Church. Since Rerum Novarum, the name of Pope John Paul II's encyclical, Centesimus Annus, simply signifies that 100th anniversary. The Pope did so with a striking passage which allowed us as Australians to simultaneously celebrate the 100th birthday of our dedication to the parliamentary process to achieve social change, particularly the betterment of the conditions of the working men and women of this nation, and indeed of all those who would otherwise be on the margins of the distribution of sufficient wealth to sustain their dignity as human beings. 87. 88. The passage in Centesimus Annus is as follows. The Church values the democratic system inasmuch as it ensures the participation of citizens in making political choices, guarantees to the governed the possibility both of electing and holding accountable those who govern them, and of replacing them through peaceful means when appropriate. Authentic democracy is possible only in a state ruled by law, and on the basis of a correct conception of the human person. This is a revolutionary statement, without peer or precedent at such a formal level of pronouncement by the Catholic Church. In conversation with the Pope, His Holiness told me the key to his teaching on democracy lay in the emphasis on the centrality of the person. What he had indicated in Laborum Exercens on the dignity of the human person, particularly in relation to work and its conditions, was, in his words, elaborated and extolled in Centesimus Annus. The events of 1891. This conversation with the Pope fascinated me because the connection between democracy and the conditions of labor necessary to secure the dignity of the human person had been precisely perceived and pursued in practice by the representatives of the working class of Australia in 1891. 3. What were the Australian events of 1891 which coincided in a remarkable way with the promulgation of Rerum Novarum on May 1, 1891? On April 4, 1891, the First League of the Labour Party was formed by the Balma Labourers Union. About 3 weeks earlier, on March 10, 1891, the New South Wales Trades and Labour Council proclaimed the aim to bring all electors who are in favour of democratic and PACE legislation under one common banner. violent class struggle was renounced in favor of arbitral tribunals and the parliamentary process. This opting by the union movement for participation in the parliamentary processes to improve the lot of the working class, and to achieve a more just distribution of wealth and power in the colonies, was our indigenous response to the very conditions of exploitation of workers described by Leo XIII in the same early months of 1891, and in the course of which he had warned. A Centenary of Catholic School Teaching and Australian Democracy 89. It is a capital evil with respect to the question we are discussing to take for granted that the one class of society is of itself hostile to the other, as if nature had set me and poor is each other to fight fiercely in implacable war*. The Union movement of the Australian colonies in 1891 renounced class warfare and thereby earned the unrelenting hostility of Lenin. Before I come to that, I must mention the other great Australian event of 100 years ago. It was the holding of the first Australasian Federal Convention in Sydney in late April 1891, in fact, it was escaped during the Easter break from the humidity and pestilence of Sydney to the cooler breezes of the Hawkesbury, which enabled a small group under Sir Samuel Griffith to draft what became the foundational document of our nation when, to quote the preamble to the Constitution of 1901, whereas the people, humbly relying on the blessing of Almighty God, have agreed to unite in one indissoluble federal commonwealth, under the Crown, and under the Constitution. We were thereby constituted a nation where the ultimate political power and its bestowal and transfer was in the hands of electors voting in secret ballot, and the exercise of such power was constrained by the rule of law under the Constitution. All these events of the early months of 1891 were, of course, anathema to the proponents of class warfare. I said I would mention the scathing criticism of the Australian workers' leaders by the greatest proponent of class warfare, V.I. Lenin. Writing of the 1913 election to the federal parliament, he said, "Those liberals in Europe and in Russia who try to teach the people the needlessness of class war by the example of Australia only deceive themselves and others degree. But it is Lenin's statues which have come tumbling down as we celebrate the three extraordinary events of early 1891, degree. E. First branch of the Labour Party. E. First Federal Australasian Convention e Rerum Novarum. What a vindication of all those events of 1891, but especially of the indigenous Australian resolution of the conflict of labour and capital. 90. Within and by means of the arbitral and parliamentary system of a fledgling nation. What an unsurpassable 100th EE that Lenin, in these last few weeks, should have been so comprehensively defeated by the non-violent democratically expressed voice of the people of the Soviet Union, who are desperately seeking to establish those structures which will improve the condition of the working classes, and who must look with envy at our federal system which allows for the distribution of political power within a nation of former colonies. Australian system of arbitration. It was the son of a Wesleyan household who fulfilled the expectations of the Australian workers that the arbitral system, rather than class warfare, would improve their conditions. Henry Bournes Higgins, as president of the Commonwealth Court of Conciliation and Arbitration in the famous Harvester case of 1907, set down a minimum wage of 7 shillings per day for an unskilled labourer. He arrived at that sum by estimating the normal needs of the average employee, regarded as a human being, living in a civilized community. A condition of frugal comfort estimated by current human standards and by examining the necessary average weekly expenditure for a laborer's home of about 5 persons. Can we hear in this celebrated judgment, echoes of the following passages in Rerum Novarum? Let it be granted then that worker and employer may enter freely into agreements and, in particular, concerning the amount of wage, yet there is always underlying such agreements an element of natural justice, and one greater and more ancient than the free consent of contracting parties, namely, that the wage shall not be less than enough to support a worker who is thrifty and upright. Whilst Rerum Novarum did not expressly recognize the right in justice to a family wage, Higgins, J. certainly did, and thereby laid the foundation for the assessment of the basic wage in Australia, which endured until 1974. Higgins, J had read and commented on Rerum Novarum in 1896, and one cannot doubt but that many of its passages created a lasting impression on him. Registered thus, Rerum Novarum, after stating the paneal of the just wage, at N63 go on to state a centenary of Catholic school teaching and Australian democracy. 91. If, compelled by necessity or moved by fear of a worse evil, a worker accepts a harder condition, which although against his will he must accept because the employer or contractor imposes it, he certainly submits to force, against which justice cries out in protest. Higgins, J. at page 4 of his judgment in the Harvester case, states, I cannot think that an employer and a workman contract on an equal footing, or make a fair agreement as to wages, when the workman submits to work for a low wage to avoid starvation or pauperism for himself and his family. Thus, there is a real link between the practical improvement in the conditions of the working class in Australia and the Pooh encyclical of 100 years ago which bore that formal title. The necessity for a just wage sufficient to support a family, remains a key part of Catholic social teaching. I believe that in the 1990s, commitment to an arbitral system which sets national award standard conditions of employment which cannot be bargained away is the only just foundation on which negotiations over wages linked to productivity can be allowed at the workplace level. The Industrial Relations Commission, as the successor to Henry Bourne's Higgins, still has a very real role to ensure that there is no undermining of the entitlement of workers to a fair share in the wealth of the society to which their work contributes. As Rerum Novarum recognized, natural justice and distributive justice require certain minimum wages which cannot be justly bargained away under unequal individual contracts of employment. The ideology of freedom of the individual, in ignoring relational and solidarity aspects of human society, and in allowing the freedom of the strong to exploit the weak, is an ideology just as much to be condemned by the Catholic Church's social teaching as was the class warfare of Marxism-Leninism. We must be on guard in Australia against its manifestation in the industrial relations field. The advancement of the common good. Over the century the arbitral and parliamentary systems advanced the conditions of not only workers but indeed of all those classes who could be described as living in poverty or dependence in Australia. 92. The simplest measure of improvement is in the life expectancy and infant mortality figures. Table 1. Life expectancy and infant mortality 1891 to 1991 _ Life expectancy male _ female 1891 51 YRS 55 YRS 1991 73 YRS 80 YRS. Infant mortality 1891 115/1000 1991 8/1000. However, for the Aboriginal community in the Northern Territory the infant mortality figures are still 115/1000. May it be that there is a strong link between the Aboriginal infant mortality figures and the fact that all Aboriginals did not have a right to vote in federal elections until 1967, and, in fact, were not required to enroll and thereby be obliged to vote until 1983? This seems powerful evidence of the link between the dignity of the human person and the opportunity to participate in a democracy. But, overall, the transformation of these basic indications of the standard of living, indeed the very existence, of Australians over the century, is remarkable. This could not have occurred without a taxation, social security and health system which transfers huge amounts of money under the compulsion of law voted for by the elected PEPUSET of the men and women of this society. For those who wish to see society transformed in accordance with gospel values, contrast this condition of Australian society today with the Greco-Roman world into which the gospel erupted with revolutionary news for the poor in that empire. For Luke, these were real poor, not the poor in spirit in Matthew's spiritualized and degutted version but the tokor derived from the word to cringe or crawl. Degree basically, they were the day laborers and debt politive of that society, the humiliaries, those of lowly status for whom there was no organized support. There was no distribution of corn/wheat, certainly not in the Hellenistic cities of the 1st century AD. For the day laborer/debt bondsman give us this day our daily bean was a plea to fill their bellies with real food. the good news was to a centenary of Catholic school teaching and Australian democracy, 93. Tokoi the beggars who have to cringe and crawl, the bad news is to those who, in Paul's words, embarrass the poor by gluttonous eating and drunken revelry in the face of those without daily bread and with honey they refuse to share. The challenge of Paul and Luke to the alliance of political power and wealth which deformed the society into which the gospel burst is a challenge to which Australian society in the last 100 years has responded magnificently. I do not claim the kingdom of God has arrived in the western suburbs of Sydney. I do not deny the dreadful state of many of our Aboriginal communities, nor the degrading and perilous conditions in which many of our homeless youth find themselves in many cities. But we should celebrate the utter contrast between our society's rules for the distribution of wealth to our low-income households and the total lack of rules to enforce the distribution of necessities of life to the sords urbis et fax, the tokoi in the world where the kingdom was first proclaimed. Let me return to Centes Imus Annus and John Paul II. Authentic democracy is possible only in a state ruled by law, and on the basis of a correct conception of the human person. I concur absolutely with these remarks and wish, once again, to demonstrate how our Australian federal constitution embodied practical provision to enable EAE authentic democracy to be established and sustained. Underscore the rule of law. Of course, in itself, the Constitution is an expression of the rule of law which prevents the exercise of despotic and arbitrary power. With the separation of powers, principally the holding and exercising of judicial power, and the preeminent role of the High Court as interpreter of the provisions which confer legislative and executive power on the federal parliament and government, this feed-raiding peoples has been spared the suppression of minority political movements, even when they seemed threatening to the nation. Thus, the High Court in 1951, decided that, in peacetime certainly, even the defense power was not plenary enough to allow for the suppression and dissolution of the Communist Party of Australia, and the Constitution did not permit the simple nominating by the government of adherents of that political belief in a way which barred them from office, especially in the trades unions. This decision by the High Court was vindicated by the people voting. 94. In a referendum in 1951 to reject a constitutional amendment to dissolve the Communist Party. The democratic sense of the Australian people then reached its highest point and should be a matter of great pride. It is also a model for the present leadership in what remains of the former Soviet Union. I believe the total suppression of the Communist Party in those states would be fundamentally at odds with the establishment of democracy in those republics where political power is now constituted by the will of the people. It is fascinating to note that in the Soviet society established on the non-democratic ideology of class warfare, the prelude to the emergence of democratic pluralism was the recognition in resolutions of the 19th Communist Party Congress in early July 1988, of the concept of pravovo gosударство, a system in which all institutions and individuals are subordinate to the law as administered by impartial and independent courts. In short, where the rule of law is erected as the ultimate bulwark against despotic and arbitrary rule. The present Pope is absolutely correct to note that authentic democracy is possible only in a state ruled by law. Certainly that has been the Australian democratic experience of the last 100 years as our society has attempted to improve the condition of the working classes. Other nations and societies might well imitate us. Let us recall another point in our early democratic experience, with pride. I refer to the fact that Australasia is the birthplace of nations according the vote to women, thus, in John Paul II's words, ensuring the participation of citizens in making political choices. In South Australia in 1894 the franchise was extended to include women, and in 1902 this was provided in elections to the federal parliament. Thus the Australasian nations share the distinction of being the oldest enduring democracies based on male and female adult suffrage one in the world, preceding the UK and US by decades. But we have to confess to the blot of racism on our early democracy. The framers of our Constitution, gathering in Sydney in April of 1891, were elected on rolls which excluded Aboriginals, Chinese, Indians, and South Sea Islanders. Not till 1967, again by referendum, Was constitutional discrimination against Aboriginals eliminated? We return to Centes Imus Annus. Authentic democracy is possible only in a state ruled by law, and on the basis of a correct conception of the human person. A Centenary of Catholic School Teaching and Australian Democracy 95. Dignity of the human person. To emphasize the second inseparable foundation for authentic democracy, as indeed the Pope personally emphasized to me, the correct conception of the human person requires, inter alia, that recognition which the framers of our Constitution accorded to the conscience, especially in matters of religion. To refresh your memory, Point 116 of the Constitution reads: The Commonwealth shall not make any law for establishing any religion, or for imposing any religious observance, or for prohibiting the free exercise of any religion, and no religious test shall be required as a qualification for any office of public trust under the Commonwealth. A different symbol of the relationship of church and state brooded over early colonial settlements in this land. If you visit the old penal settlement at Port Arthur in my home state of Tasmania, the first building you see at the entrance is the crumbling ruins of a church. It speaks eloquently of the close relationship between the church and the coercive power of the political authorities, expressed in the most violent way by the flogging of Catholic prisoners who refused to go along to the services, until their constant refusal weakened the resolve of the authorities and provision was made for their independent religious services. Once again, the framers of our Constitution in the last decade, a century ago, made the fundamental decision that in our democratic Commonwealth of Australia its inhabitants should be free of official recognition of any one denomination of the Christian religion, and free of that official retribution or withholding of employment or other office which could have been the fate of the adherents of those religions not sharing in the spoils of dominant political power. You may recall the Scientology case which went before the High Court in the early 1980s. It contains some passages of particular interest in the joint judgment of Acting Chief Justice Mason and Mr. Justice Brennan. For example, they said, "Freedom of religion, the paradigm freedom of conscience, is of the essence of a free society." Again, and I think it is a marvelous exposition. 96. Though religious freedom and religious equality are beneficial to all true religions, minority religions not well established and accepted stand in need of special protection. There is a special admonition there for those of us belonging to the dominant Christian religion. The presence of a small number of adherents of the Islamic religion in this country has already led to outbreaks of intolerance. There is the prospect of their number increasing in the next century, perhaps dramatically if the low-lying coastland of Indonesia is inundated by rising sea levels, if the greenhouse effect turns out as predicted. According to the Parliamentary Library, Indonesia has an extraordinary 14% of the world's coastline, about the most dense coastal population anywhere, and a surprising proportion of its land surface subject to tidal influence. Australia has proved remarkably hospitable to some 12,500 political refugees per year fleeing well-founded fear of political persecution. How will we react to hundreds of thousands for whom immigration will be a matter of ecological life or death? Ecological refugees on an enormous scale will be the new call on the compassion of the followers of the religion whose founder was a refugee baby in Egypt. Any such occurrence will also require a tolerance, easy to extend to our neighbors from low-lying, Pacific atolls, less easy to extend, to numerous adherents of another faith. When I mentioned this to the Pope, he reminded me that the Muslim faith in Indonesia is well integrated into an ideology of national goals which requires great religious tolerance, that conversion can take place without penalty, and that high public office can be held by the maiden of all religions. These are observations which I too emphasized during the AES referendum campaign on religious freedom, when some frightening stereotypes of Muslims were trotted out in an effort to whip up hysteria. Muslim refugees or immigrants from Indonesia imbued with the ideology of Pancasila would have a very similar understanding of religious tolerance to our own. But, to return to the Scientology case. It is more accurate to say that protection is required for the adherents of religion, not for the religions themselves. Protection is accorded to preserve the dignity and freedom of each man so that he may adhere to any religion of his choosing or to none. A Centenary of Catholic School Teaching and Australian Democracy 97. That is the High Court speaking to us as Australians about the importance of our constitutional document for our freedom of the religious conscience. Now, also being a member of the road-wide community of the Catholic Church, I listen to the words of our Catholic constitutional documents of the modern era. I refer to the proceedings of the Second Vatican Council, in particular the Declaration on Religious Freedom. The Synod further declares that the right to religious freedom has its foundation in the very dignity of the human person, as this dignity is known through the revealed Word of God, and by reason itself. This right of the human person to religious freedom is to be recognized in the constitutional law whereby society is governed. Thus it is to become a civil right. What we have here, finally emerging from the Vatican Council on the December 7, 1965, when it was promulgated by the Pope, is a recognition of what the framers of our Constitution had realized in the 1890s. Recognition of the freedom of the religious conscience is essential to the dignity of human beings and needs to be entrenched constitutionally against legislatures and against elected governments. Centenary celebrations. Thus, I celebrated 2 centenary birthdays, that of Rerum Novarum and that of Australian democracy. Let me restate Pope Ben Paul XI's statement that the Church values the democratic system inasmuch as it ensures the participation of citizens in making political choices, guarantees to the governed the possibility both of electing and holding accountable those who govern them, and of replacing them through peaceful means when appropriate. Authentic democracy is possible only in a state ruled a law, and on the basis of a correct conception of the human person. This statement had already been realized, conceived and made real in the Australian experience of 1891 thanks to the fledgling trade union movement within the colonies which were moving to unite in a democratic commonwealth. Those events, and the 100 years of the history of the improvement of the condition of the working classes within and because of our 98 democratic sense and tradition, fulfill the hope of the Portuguese explorer de Quiros with which I opened this chapter. Inasmuch as we are citizens of this democratic commonwealth of Australia under the rule of law, we are indeed fortunate to be inhabitants of Australia del Espiritu Santo, the Southland of the Holy Spirit. 3. Socialism and the environment. John Devereux. More than a century after the ALP was established, it is relevant to consider the issue of socialism and whether it has any application in today's society. I would argue that, in terms of the environment, it is particularly relevant. When considering the relevance to today's society and the attitude of the labor movement, it is particularly important to look back to the reasons for the ALP being established 101 years ago. Clearly, when Australian workers saw the need to establish a political arm of the union movement, they did so because they were concerned about the consolidation of wealth and resource ownership in too few hands. This, of course, lead to the exploitation of the majority for the benefit of the minority. What has changed in over 100 years? I would argue that in essence very little. Just as 101 years ago the radical socialists saw the need to protect the interests of the majority, today in my view the environmentalists are the radical socialists. There is essentially no difference in the objectives of the two groups. Today's environmentalists consistently argue and act to protect the public rights, to preserve the environment for future generations, to respect the environment for its own intrinsic values, to 99. 100. Ensure that industrial development is ecologically sustainable, to improve and consolidate the quality of life of people, and to ensure that when public resources are exploited a fair return to the community is achieved. The following examples are areas in which environmentalists have been actively engaged in ensuring a better outcome for future generations. They are also areas where there is great scope for cooperation between environmentalists and workers to achieve the maximum return to the community. These will be considered in more detail later in this chapter. Forestry Power Generation World Heritage House Ishas. The tragedy as far as the community interest is concerned is that the exploiters of our environment have had a large measure of success in convincing many workers that environmentalists are the enemies of working class people and destroyers of jobs. This has been particularly evident in areas where environmental decisions have been made to oppose such projects as the damming of the Franklin River and the Daintree. Even though the alternative to the Franklin, the King/Henty schemes, provided more employment for workers, the perception still remains in the northwest of Tasmania that the Greens and the federal government acted in a manner contrary to the interest of the public. Nothing could be further from the truth. The other important question to be answered when endeavoring to address socialism and the environment is to define what we mean by the term socialism in today's world. Given the changes that have taken place in socialist societies and the changed nature of Western society, particularly in relation to technological changes that have occurred in work and the international nature of business activities, it is now relevant to consider whether socialism can any longer simply be seen as state ownership and control. Given the more educated open society that is developing in many countries, it is really greater participation in the political process by a properly informed society which will have the inevitable result of ensuring that the public good is much depends on the political agenda. Socialism was in the first instance seen as a system designed to Socialism and the Environment 101 produce the best result for the majority of the population and enjoyed mass support. It has faltered in recent times simply because it no longer appears to enjoy a mass support. The political process in this instance should be interpreted in its widest sense, e.g. more open participation in decision-making within the local community, trade unions, state governments, federal government etc. This more open political process, together with the recognition of the public benefit to be gained in the long term by protecting the environment and creating ecologically sustainable industries, can be the basis to form a mass movement capable of reflecting the aspirations of the majority of the community. The trade unions themselves provide an interesting example of the changes that have occurred and the need for strategies to address the problems ensuing from them. When trade unions, and as a consequence the ALP was formed, workers learned to exercise a great deal of discipline and loyalty to bring about the changes necessary to ensure they would receive fair treatment. In those early days, once a decision was made, an enormous amount of discipline was exercised in ensuring that no matter what the differing views were, once a collective decision was reached, it was supported by all involved. However, in those days in reaching decisions workers were much more involved in the process of meetings, and of course the whole political struggle, which in many instances was violent, with those involved subject to punishment and imprisonment. This was true of both the unions and the ALP. In the ensuing years, due to many factors, power became concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer people. Battles for political control of unions for ideological reasons consumed much of the time and resources of the unions. This battle between those seeking power through greater executive control, together with the gains made by workers through many years of struggle being entrenched through the arbitration system and the legislative process, led to a situation in which individual members of the workforce no longer had to police their working conditions in the way they had been required to in previous years, and many progressive groups previously part of the ALP decided there was no longer an effective forum within the ALP to address their concerns. As a result, what we have seen is a drop overall in union membership, ALP membership, a drop in individual participation in union affairs by members, and an almost non-existent ALP membership from union members. The ACTU, with its change in policy to a more industry-orientated union structure and workplace bargaining, has recognized that it is 102 = necessary to again involve workers in the establishment of working conditions and the policies and directions of their industry. This involvement must be encouraged and extended to the environmental problems and the ecological sustainability of their industry, as well as other existing or developing industries. It is clear that people in many countries are no longer prepared to accept that all wisdom, knowledge, and access to information should remain the property of a small group at the top level of any organization that may be making decisions which affect the wider community. This evolving demand to be consulted and involved in the process of decision-making is, in my view, the first sign of a developing mass movement that could form the basis of a socialist movement that is in fact more likely to represent the common good than rule from the top. In the same way that trade unions gradually evolved as more and more workers recognized the common need to collectively pursue just returns for their efforts, I believe we are witnessing the evolution of the environment movement into a similar force as more and more people from varying backgrounds recognize the need for environmentally sustainable industries. For this to occur, however, it is necessary for the various environment movements to recognize that they are in fact part of a new socialist movement. They must begin to come together in a more coordinated way. They must concentrate more on identifying the common ground between the environment and the working class people who originally formed the socialist movement. The ALP, which was formed to represent the socialist working class, must also make some fundamental changes to its approach to the environment movement if it is to survive. Simply changing a few rules will do nothing to address the real underlying problem. For example, the question of the level of trade union representation at ALP state and federal conferences will finally be seen to be of no consequence. If we are diverted to fighting over that sort of question, we will miss the real opportunity to bring together those in our society who are really concerned about the interest of the majority. The ALP must abandon the easy road that is now pursued by many, that is to refer to the workers and greeners as being natural enemies, or to the fact that those with environmental concerns are anti-development. What is needed is an education program within the workforce aimed at highlighting the need for the environment to be protected and Socialism and the Environment 103. The long-term benefits of the shift to environmentally sustainable industries. The question we must ask ourselves is, why has the environment movement grown at such a rapid rate in recent years? The answer to this is quite simple. The even more rapid increase in the use of technology in the workplace has not only increased productivity at the expense of jobs, it has resulted in an incredible increase in the use of our natural resources and of course a subsequent increase in environmental destruction. Workers have been conned by major businesses, aided and abetted, in many instances, by some prominent ALP members and union officials into believing that the loss of jobs and other undesirable social consequences of this new technology is in fact entirely the fault of the environment movement. The real truth is that prior to the rapid development in technology, the rate of exploitation of resources and the environmental damage was fairly minimal, while far greater human resources were required. I am sure that we have all heard the claim by forestry or mining companies that areas which environmentalists seek to protect were logged or mined over 100 years ago with no protests from environmentalists. It was certainly possible to log or mine an area over 100 years ago with crosscut saws, axes, picks, shovels and wheelbarrows and hardly make a mark on the landscape over many years. It should be remembered that with the machinery available today, the amount of the resource cleared or mined in a day then could be greater than that cleared or mined in a year during that period of history. On the other hand, the environment movement, which, although it existed during these earlier periods, could comfortably adopt a pure environmental stance, now needs to cope with this rapid change that has forced today's environmentalists to address the social questions associated with environmental protection. While many in the environmental movement already recognize the need to address these social questions, what is required is a concentration of resources to ensure that there is a greater appreciation of the problems of the workforce by those involved in environmental struggles. This process of producing alternatives to destructive development has to be accelerated and conducted in conjunction with a more strenuous effort to educate the victims of technology that there is an alternative that is sustainable and can produce an excellent quality of life as opposed to increased standards of living. As mentioned earlier in this chapter, there are examples in specific areas that should be given at least some brief analysis in an attempt to 104. Demonstrate past problems and the actions that need to be taken in the interests of the majority. I have, due to a more detailed knowledge of the area, concentrated mainly on Tasmanian experiences. These, however, are typical of experiences all over the world when dealing with large companies. Forestry. Few issues have anything like the potential of forestry operations to create conflict between capital and the environmentalists. It is important to remember that, as pointed out earlier, many workers have been convinced by constant propaganda that their interests are better served by supporting the views put forward by the capital interests. Clearly, in many countries of the world, the destruction of our natural forests by the exploiters for the financial benefit of a few is demonstrated time and time again. In most instances, the destruction is clear to the naked eye without even needing to consider the other disastrous environmental consequences of losing our natural forest coverage. The exploiters claim that they are creating jobs and wealth for the country. This claim simply cannot be sustained. Using Tasmania as an example, the result of handing over vast areas of our native forests to a few major companies has resulted in the destruction of many thousands of tons of minor species suitable for use in value-adding labor-intensive industries, the virtual destruction of our sawlog industry due to wood chipping of sawlogs, enormous increases in export wood chipping at the expense of downstream processing and consequently loss of many hundreds of jobs, and an increasing debt burden to the Tasmanian people through the subsidization of these operations by the Forestry Commission. More than 20 years ago, these major companies promised, when granted wood chipping rights, to move quickly to downstream processing. Now we have the promise of a major pulp mill of dubious economic or job creation value, with potential environmental problems, provided of course we grant access to more of our native forests by way of resource security. They give no commitment to phasing out wood chipping, and no commitment to a future move to paper making. It is clear that the majority of the community believe that these companies should be forced to operate from plantations rather than from our native forests. The public, through the publicity gained by environmentalists, is becoming increasingly skeptical about company claims that they are socialism and the environment 105_ about creating jobs and that employment losses are due to the actions of environmentalists. There is a very strong and rapidly increasing view in the public domain that there needs to be much greater community input and consultation about the use of and processing of our forests. The notion that cutting down more and more trees for wood chips or pulp exports one's acceptable is becoming less credible both within the workforce and the public. This concern will ultimately lead to a mass demand for greater public benefit from our resources. There is a real opportunity for workers and environmentalists to cooperate in demanding a commitment to paper making, job security, and a guarantee that any project will be completely environmentally clean. Power generation. We are currently entering a debate on the possible privatization of the power generation and distribution industry in Australia. The proposition to privatize large segments of the industry is being promoted through the Industry Commission. This is again clearly an attempt by exploiters to gain access to the profitable sections of the supply and distribution industry at the expense of the public interest in both economic and environmental terms. The privatization proposals express no interest in gaining ownership of the proposed national grid, they simply want to make use of this public resource to distribute privately generated power or gas. The reasons for this are simple. In the past, the public of Australia paid huge subsidies to major industries by funding state-based, enormously expensive power schemes, directly subsidizing the power supply to those companies in an endeavour to encourage them to set up in particular states. These companies now recognize that with the general acceptance of the need for a national power grid and a more coordinated distribution system, their best means of achieving cheaper energy is to deal with private generating companies rather than doing state-by-state deals as in the past. This enormous subsidization of industry by power utilities in the past has been one of the main reasons for our crippling debt problem and a surplus generating capacity. There is an ideal opportunity for workers in the industry and environmentalists to join forces in demanding that public control be 106. Exercised in the future generation, distribution, and conservation of energy. As a result, there would be cheaper, more efficient power being available to consumers, greater job security for workers, and a resultant decrease in environmental damage through the elimination and/or more efficient use of fossil fuels. World Heritage listings. Again we have the example of major exploiters of our natural resources claiming that World Heritage listings are denying the right to mine etc., which will have disastrous economic consequences and destroy job-creating proposals. Workers have in many instances been convinced by this shallow argument. This issue raises the question of the way those workers traditionally employed in mines or similar industries view the nature of work. Employers' constant propaganda has convinced workers that tourism cannot create job opportunities. What is needed is an alternative means of communicating with these workers, outlining the long-term benefits to be gained from imaginative, environmentally friendly prospects that attract tourists to these areas. It is inevitable that by community involvement in developing these ideas, individuals' workers will finally decide that not only are such proposals in their long-term financial interest, they will lead to a much healthier personal and public environment for current and future generations. The approach to tourism in many areas is to have bus loads of visitors passing through areas in a very short time with little economic benefit to the area and very little satisfaction being achieved by the visitors. To use the west coast of Tasmania as an example, these are the possibilities of cooperative efforts that could be established between environmentalists and workers from the traditional mining and construction areas. Instead of repeating past mistakes such as closing down the Strahan-Queenstown railway line, what should be done is to continue the Mt Lyell mine as a community-based working model in which tourists would actually experience mining. This could be run in conjunction with wilderness walks, tours, fishing visits to Strahan and Gordon River cruises. The objective being to attract tourists for package visits for a week or so at a time. The operation could be entirely community-based with none of the old superficial jobs versus environment disputes. For those who would respond to the above proposal by claiming that socialism and the environment 107. Such projects would not create the employment required, my response is simply this: we have the choice facing us now as to whether we make planned changes allowing evolution to an environmentally sustainable society, or we sit back and have it forced upon us by the very environment itself. What is needed is for us to reassess our attitude to the nature of work and to consider what we expect as a fair return to society from the exploitation of our natural resources. In particular, what we need to consider is, are we prepared to continue to accept the propaganda that claims greater efficiencies in both human and technological sources within industries, which lead to greater output and higher profits for a few, are in some way going to contribute to a better quality of life for the majority? It is inevitable that this theory, which has been rejected by the majority of the environment movement firstly on purely environmental grounds, but more recently on economic and social grounds, will ultimately be rejected by the workforce. The choice we now face is this: are we prepared to recognize the common ground that exists between workers and environmentalists? Are we prepared to recognize that 100 years ago the fight was for people's rights, and that today's environmental fight is equally about people's rights? 5. The ball is at our feet. Do we have the courage to pick it up and run with it? 9. Tolerance, Power, and the Party. Bob McMullen. When historians of the next century look back at the Labour Party of the 1990s, they will undoubtedly see it as a logical and predictable development from the history and structures of the party of the 1980s. Looking forward from 1992, the outcome is not so clear. It is difficult to determine which of the current trends are passing phases and which will be major and enduring changes. What is clear is that, as the rate of change in society increases, any organization which wishes to participate effectively in the government of that society must be prepared to change. One of the truths we must face, which as a reform party, is that there is nothing so conservative as fixed solutions to changing problems. My brief is to examine how the organization of the Labour Party should develop over the decade. To do this, it is necessary to consider the underlying organizational rationale. The ALP needs to be more than an organization concerned with itself and its workings. Ultimately, we must assess our organization against our objectives. I define our organizational objectives as, to achieve the social and economic objectives outlined in the party platform by electing and maintaining Labour governments. Our performance should be measured against these criteria. And our structure needs to be assessed for its suitability for this basic task. 109. 110. Traditionally, our structure and organizational analysis has been lacking in two ways. It has been preoccupied with organizational form in isolation from the question of objectives, and our organization has been more suited to the more relaxed simplicities of opposition. Government imposes pressures on any party, and we have not adapted well to these pressures. Even after a decade as the dominant party at state and federal level, many in the party still feel uncomfortable in government. Too often we are tempted to apologize for confronting the difficult choices which government requires, rather than proclaiming the virtues of those decisions and the reforms which are their outcome. However, the structure of any organization cannot be understood without recognition that all such structures are a product of the purpose of the organization and its history. History has determined the current structure. The purpose provides the pressures which mold the existing shape into one which will endure or develop in the future. Within this analytical framework, I believe it can be established that the organizational characteristics of a successful Australian Labor Party in the 1990s must include openness and tolerance. The Labor Party has always prided itself on being a democratic party. However, too often we satisfy ourselves with the structures and trappings without accepting such fundamental underlying precepts of democracy as tolerance of diversity and the effective empowerment of individuals within the organization. When I say that the successful Labor Party needs to be open, I think this is both a question of principle and effective practice. In principle, it seems to me obvious that an organization which aspires to be democratic must be easy to join and must make it easy for those who join to participate effectively. To some extent, effective participation in the Labor Party is inhibited by the myth that at some stage in our history the Labor Party was a mass party where effective day-to-day decision-making resided with the rank and file. We have failed to provide mechanisms which enable people to contribute effectively for fear of exposing the fact that they do not control the process. Also, in many states in Australia, the prevailing elite see a vested interest in making it hard for individuals to join the party. This tendency is exacerbated by understandable concern about infiltration of the party dating back to the 1950s. In the 1990s, we should not be ignorant of the possibility that individuals and groups will seek to use the Labor Party for their own purposes. But if we are open and welcoming and encourage a larger tolerance, power, and the party 111 party membership with ample opportunity to participate and contribute, we should be able to swamp any infiltrators with genuine, committed, participating Labor Party members. If we have faith in democracy, we must be prepared to open ourselves to the democratic process. Once we make it easier to join the party, we then need to make it easier for those individual men and women to participate effectively. This requires that Sent members have an opportunity to participate in the pre-election process. The party has an education and training program so that individuals might develop the skills which will enable them to more effectively participate in the future, and that there are opportunities for members to share their knowledge and experience with others in the party. Once participation and training has been provided, we need to look at creating forums in the party within which those in leadership positions, particularly in Parliament but also in the administration, are available to individual men and women in the party. Through such open forums, members should be able to air their hopes, aspirations, and fears and express their views about the activities of the party in government or in opposition and about the way the party is being run. I do not envisage these forums being decision-making bodies to replace the existing committee and conference structure. Rather, they should supplement the formal structure. As bodies without decision-making power, there would be no point in stacking these meetings. Therefore, individuals who don't have the opportunity, experience, or factional support to get elected to conferences or administrative committees would gain the opportunity to have their voice heard. I think the intent of these proposals can be summed up as, individual members of the party should believe that they have a special relationship with the leadership of the party which other people not in the party cannot hope to have. This special relationship which enables them to contribute should encourage them to continue with that participation even when, as inevitably occurs, decisions are made with which they do not agree. In a party of 50,000, there will always be such a diversity of views that no one decision can please all members of the party. When we lose that. 112 Reinventing Socialism. Diversity of views, we lose the dynamism that debate, controversy, and open discussion can provide. This leads me to the issue of tolerance. The Labour Party, if it is to gain maximum benefit from the skills, attitudes, and enthusiasm of its members, must be tolerant of the diverse views which they express. As a question of principle, this is an essential element of a democracy. As a practical political question, this, together with the openness of the process, is the only way in which we will get the best policies and the best people advocating them. If one believes in democracy as more than merely a set of institutions to which we have become accustomed, it is, amongst other things, because its philosophical base is predicated on the assumption that better decisions will be made more often the more people have the opportunity to participate in an informed and effective manner in the decision-making process. Without openness, people will not be able to do this. Without tolerance, they will not be encouraged and may not be willing to do this. And without tolerance of diversity, we will also not be able to select at all the different levels of the party, the most skilled, the most competent, the most committed party members to contribute to the development and implementation of our preferred policies. My experience in the party has taught me one thing which I would have thought in any event axiomatic. That is, all the best people in the party are not to be found in any one faction. Firstly, because at least half the Labour Party is not, and never has been, a member of any faction. Also, in every state and territory, men and women of fundamental labor commitment and principle join one faction or another for a diverse range of sometimes valid and sometimes coincidental reasons. They then participate in a manner which they believe makes their commitment to the party most effective. The parliamentary party and the administrative arm of the party need to be open to all those viewpoints. This obviously brings me to the question of peers. Notwithstanding my well-known views and criticisms of factions in the more rigid form which has developed in the 1980s, I believe that the party of the 1990s will undoubtedly have a well-developed factional structure. All organizations of the size of the Labour Party will contain people of divergent views and psychological makeup. A variety of organizational imperatives will lead to people combining within the party to seek to influence the direction in which the party develops. This is both healthy and inevitable. What a strong and healthy party in the 1990s must show, is that the factions are less rigid and that the opportunity to contribute is not restricted to those who attend at faction meetings and underscore tolerance, power, and the party. 113. That advancement is not dependent upon rigid adherence to any one factional line. The hypothetical historians to which I referred in my opening remarks will see the role of the factions in the 1970s and 1980s as an aberration from the norm. People who joined the party only recently could be forgiven for believing that factions of the type which we see in 1992 are part of the great labor tradition. But the rigidity and formalist structures of contemporary factions are very much a product of recent times. In the late 1950s and 1960s, individuals would have been expelled from the party for what was then called forming a party within a party if they had sought to form subsets of the party to which membership dues were paid and which made decisions in advance of meetings of the formal party structures. People who did that in the 1950s were called groupers. This is not to say that I believe anyone should be expelled from the party for participating in factions. That would be the absolute antithesis of my advocacy of tolerance. Rather, it recognizes that the party will be stronger and more successful to the extent that factions and the party take a more mature attitude to the inevitable and desirable diversity of views which any successful political party must have. To sum up, I believe a successful Labour Party at the end of the 90s will need to have evolved a structure which is easier to join, in which individual members, in addition to the opportunities provided by branch and state-based structures, will be able to participate directly in the selection of candidates and in the election of party bodies such as state and national conferences, and will provide the opportunity for those individual men and women to develop their skills and abilities and contribute their views to an open and tolerant debate about their preferred solutions to the continuing issues confronting Australian society. Underscore policy development. This brings me to the process by which the party develops its policy and the pressures that will come to bear on that policy. It is very tempting to try to divert from my brief to seek to make a contribution about the policy outcomes which might flow from these processes. But that is a task which other contributors have been asked to fulfill. 114. Let me concentrate first on the policy development process. Consistent with my views about the structure of the party, I believe that the process of policy development and formulation needs to be opened. Modern communications are already providing, at an increasingly rapid rate, the opportunity for people to contribute their views at various levels in the party. If we are to continue with our democratic structure, we will need, ultimately, to have representative democratic forums making final decisions about the nature of the policy. If we make the decision-making processes more informal, the real outcome will be to empower the few at the expense of the many. Therefore, I envisage a continuation of a conference and executive-based structure. However, if we are to make the national conference more genuinely representative, we will need to reduce the power of centralist state branches to control the election to conference. We should allow party members a direct say by secret postal ballot of all party members. Without increasing the size of the conference, we could make, for example, 50 of the 100 delegates directly elected by a full postal ballot of all party members. This would create more options for individuals seeking representation and should open up the conference to more diverse views. As a result, the conference would be less able to be controlled in the backroom by a few power brokers. More important than the process by which we choose the conference delegates is the process by which we develop the material that is presented before them. I believe that if the open forum structures which were outlined in my comments about the structure of the party were to be developed, then each proposed area of the platform should be exposed to at least some of these forums for comment, criticism, and discussion. But even before that stage, we need to look at the question of how the documents before those forums might be developed. I think this needs to continue to be performed by a representative committee-style structure, probably chosen by the national executive. Moreover, it is vital that we continue to build upon the openness of those processes to interested and sympathetic individuals and groups with special expertise. This will become increasingly important as the pressures on our policy-making processes become greater. Pressures on policy. All national-level institutions, government, political parties, and economic and social institutions will be under greater pressure as the tolerance, power, and the party 115. Inevitable pressures of internationalization emerge. Changes in technology, in economic patterns, in transport and communications make it inevitable that the concept of the independent nation-state determining its policies in isolation from the views of the rest of the world will be an anachronism by the end of the 1990s. In fact, it is already out of date, and the pressures will broaden and deepen throughout the decade. This is not necessarily a negative trend. Many of the positive elements of international concern and cooperation may well be substantially enhanced by this process, e.g. globally environmental concern, issues of global poverty and equity. But these factors will nevertheless put a great deal of pressure on the Labour Party's existing structures, as they are currently putting pressure on our national institutions. Furthermore, these pressures will impact upon many of the traditional Labour Party shibboleths. A large part of our basic policy developed during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s was a product of the circumstances of those eras and is predicated upon the capacity to operate in a manner more separate from the rest of the world than the politics of the 1990s will allow. Most of those, including myself, who have been given the privilege of participating at a leadership level in the party, are doing so on the basis of views developed in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. These views will need to be reviewed and revised to meet the challenges of the 1990s. If we are to sustain our position of social reform, we must be prepared to meet these challenges. I think that to be successful as a party, we also need to encapsulate some fundamental themes which might underpin the range and diversity of policies which every generation requires, the 1990s no less than the 1930s. The themes will emerge from the series of contributions in this publication and elsewhere as the debate continues in the party and in society as a whole. Themes which emerge will need to reflect those elements which have always been the strengths of the Australian labour movement, a concern for fairness and an awareness of the economic, social, and environmental conditions we pass on to future generations. The platform sums up these goals as equality, democracy, liberty, and social cooperation. Philosophy of power. A political party must be more than its structure. It needs to be more even than its processes and its policy framework. 116. To succeed in the long term in the implementation of its goals, a political party needs a philosophy of power. Traditionally, the Australian Labor Party has lacked this. This is one of the explanations for our traditional fear of power. A philosophy of power is what determines the approach which the party collectively takes to the continuing, evolving air and electoral challenges which it faces. It is what determines the manner in which the inherent contradiction of social democracy is resolved. That inherent contradiction is encapsulated in the organizational objectives outlined above, le. To achieve the social and economic objectives outlined in the PAIR platform by electing and maintaining labor governments. Without a philosophy of power, there is no framework to resolve the conflict which inevitably arises in the democratic process when the actions required to elect and maintain labor government are in conflict with achieving the social and economic objectives outlined in the party platform. Based on an analysis of successful labor and social democratic parties around the world, I have distilled the following 10 elements of a proposed philosophy of power for the ALP. 1. Enduring social reform depends upon sustained periods of reform government rather than occasional short bursts of radicalism. Brief periods of government within a framework of long-term political dominance by one's opponents is not sufficient to bring about fundamental enduring change. 2. To be successful, the process must be evolutionary, each reform building on the successes of the past and setting the scene for future reforms. Each labor government should be seen as building upon the reform of its predecessors and establishing the basis for the reforms of its successors. 3. Like the Swedish Social Democrats, reform parties must be prepared to carry out their reform program at the electorate's pace. To rush reform when the public is not ready for it will only create the conditions for defeat. 4. As a corollary to this, reform parties cannot sit back and wait for public opinion. They must begin the public debate and try to win the argument. 5. Secure reforms need consensus, even if this requires some concessions from the ideal reform which we might have wished to achieve. 6. Long-term labor governments are essential to lasting and tolerance, power, and the party. 117. Comprehensive reform. After a long period in office, what were once seen as radical reforms become part of the established social framework. 7. To succeed, a reform government needs to win support from its base, not merely negative better than the others support but positive, active, informed support. 8. We must reject the politics of instant gratification for the harder task of long-term sustained achievements. 9. Each term of a labor government needs to maintain the momentum of reforms and commence the research, debate, and dialogue which will provide the seeds for future reforms. 10. There is a need to maintain the balance, sent between the necessary momentum of reform and the need for reform, between creativity and open debate and the need for unity and harmony within the party. Each of these may well be arguable. The sum of the 10 will never satisfy everybody. But I am convinced that without debate on these issues, the ALP at the end of the 1990s will still approach power with trepidation rather than enthusiasm and will continue to agonize over the difficulties of choosing rather than rejoicing in the potential which it brings. Conclusion. What I have sought to do is outline the structural process and conceptual issues which a successful Australian Labor Party will need to address during the 1990s. We should approach the task with confidence and optimism. After all, we should not let our immediate concerns shield us from recognition of our current strengths and successes. My hypothetical 21st century historians will judge the 1980s as the most successful decade in the first 100 years of our history. What I hope is that they will see the 1990s as the decade in which we built on that success rather than luxuriating in its memory or reacting against its difficulties. The choice is ours.